Hello and welcome to day three already here at the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. And well, let me first introduce ourselves. My name is Fiona Anthony. I'm here with Grandmaster Artur Yusupov. And Artur, today is a particularly exciting day because we have a new tournament getting on the way, the NC World Masters. Can you tell us a little bit about that tournament?
Yes, first, good afternoon for everybody. And indeed, we are waiting very, very interesting games. We have now Castling World Masters with Vladimir Kramnik playing with black against Pavel Eljanov, and Dmitrij Kollars white against Fabiano Caruana. Probably we immediately start with some chess translation.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Two very exciting games because Pavel Eljanov, who was our guest yesterday, he said, of course, he prepared a little bit, but he never played a single game of no castling, no warm-up games, no nothing, and a tough opponent for that first round match. Meanwhile, on the other one, well, we'll talk about that in a second, but Dmitrij Kollars is actually the defending champion.
Yes, yes. So, as I said, also interesting pairs. And Pavel Eljanov, who was with us yesterday, he actually told one very interesting thing about this no castling chess. It's easy to understand. The name explains already, so it's the same as normal chess game, but you don't have a right to castle. So no way. Yeah, so, and he told us that, in his opinion, it is maybe more difficult to play for black. Certain positions are dangerous because of inability to bring the king away, and so it requires much more careful play from black side. We will see how it continues. I remember last year Mickey Adams, he had some problems with this. And on the other hand, Dmitrij adapted himself excellently.
Incredibly quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, it was very impressive to see. So we're going to dive into this game between Pavel Eljanov and Vladimir Kramnik. Vladimir Kramnik, who celebrated his birthday here in Dortmund yesterday. Let's see how he is faring at the board. So far,
very symmetrical position, so this probably even doesn't make sense to repeat all moves. Elvor, we can do it. It will go quickly. So nothing special happened. Maybe it is a clever strategy with black to keep the symmetrical position. And also not to lose too much space, so just to have enough space, because in some cases you may need also some space for the king to be able to connect the rooks. As a matter of fact, we are playing my favorite opening, which I call Zuckertort opening, and in this moment I think was c5 played. Very ambitious move, okay, why not? So black tries to play normal chess. So far, so good.
So in these situations, what do you think, if we talk about the king that cannot castle, what do you think is the most likely? The king will go maybe to the king side. Will we see some g3? The bishop will come out. The king
So
will
some
try to
artificial castle is, of course, always one of options. It could be maybe quicker with g3, king to g2, or with h3 and maybe longer way. Or sometimes you can leave the king where it is and start maybe attacking with h4 more freely. Yes. So there is another problem. So there is difficulties to connect the rooks. So there is it's not an easy task to establish a harmony in the position, to have this connection between the rooks, so that have everything working together. So here the coordination of the pieces is difficult. we have almost like theoretical position of Zukertort opening.
With a little detail.
Little detail, no castling is possible.
We see that Pavel Eljanov has gone into the tank for the first time. He is pondering his response to c5. So maybe we can take a moment and check out the other game, Dmitrij Kollars against Fabiano Caruana.
Yes, because actually it is interesting that Fabiano plays some kind of King's Indian defense. Let us quickly look how it happened.
An interesting choice because it usually invites very attacking play, very sharp play. And how does that translate to the kings being stuck in the center, unable to castle either side?
Well, of course, I'm sure that also Fabiano, he is professional and he spent some time on thinking about the good strategy for black. So selecting an opening is important here. Maybe in a King's Indian defense, it's not that vital to castle quickly. Yeah? So that's one of the arguments. Yes. Yeah? So if the position would be closed, let's say after d4, d5, for example, and okay, black can take some time later to find a good position for the king. King f8, king g7 on some stage could be prepared. So it's actually it is a big choice now for Dmitrij what to do. Somehow intuitively I would not close the position.
But already he is being put to the test early. We see that he is taking quite a bit of time. Dmitrij, we mentioned earlier, last year he surprisingly won the event. He wasn't an event he wasn't even supposed to be in. He was gonna play in the Grand Prix, and then unfortunately Vladimir Kramnik fell ill, was unable to play, and Dmitrij replaced him at the very last moment, and incredibly went on to win the event ahead of some fantastic players like Vishyana and among other things. So we'll see today a tough test against the world #3 on the live rankings, Fabiano Caruana.
Well, in fact, it's not that surprising. We have this saying, the player who enters the tournament in the last moment wins. Yeah? So there is something in it, yes. Because maybe you don't have this stress around participation of the tournament. It's already some kind of bonus and you play relaxed, and yes. Sometimes it's better.
Okay, so we've seen the opening stages. The two players with the white pieces are thinking right now, so maybe we can take a look. Where do you want to start? Maybe the NFA Cup. I think there was one game that we're going to pay particular attention to today, and that is the game between Dinara Wagner, the only player who's still on a perfect score, 2 out of 2, and she's taking on the big Greek, Georgios Souleidis, who really should have also been on 2 out of 2. He had a winning position yesterday against Hussein, but still a clash between leaders here and between fan favorites as well.
Again, old chess saying, it's the most difficult task to win winning position. And unfortunately, he underestimated his chances. So fortunately for young Hussein, whose game we will probably look a little bit later, because there are already some more moves. What we have by Dinara and Georgios, we have classical Queen's Gambit accepted, a very normal variation, and white now tries to win pawn back. Usually black is not caring about protecting the pawn with b5, it's too dangerous, but instead trying to develop the pieces. Georgios actually tries to play this variation with bishop g4. I know this myself. I also played this system with black, it leads to very, very interesting game actually. And sometimes black is ready also to sacrifice a pawn and to play active chess here. So I am sure the game would be very interesting.
Yeah, and it's nice to see. I mean, Georgios, if you missed his interview from the first day where he won this brilliant game against the top seed, you can find it on our YouTube channel. And in that interview, he mentioned, you know, he wasn't so looking forward to playing. He's so busy these days with his YouTube channel, with making content. But now he's here, he seems in high spirits, and every day, you know, he's been playing enterprising chess. So I look forward to this fight, and maybe we can check in with Hussein, the 11-year-old prodigy.
Yes, first of all, he plays very quickly, so he is in book.
What is going on with the Black King here?
What is going on? Yes, already 15 moves, so we have to work hard to reconstruct all events on our second board.
His opponent, Artur de Winter, had a tough start to the tournament, losing his first 2 round games. We talked about it last night. How is he going to react? You know, he's played very sharp attacking chess. But today doesn't look like a quiet positional battle lies ahead.
Again, we have here some variation which became popular also among players from Netherlands, and that's obviously his home preparation. At the same time, definitely preparation of Hussein, who is playing very quickly. So we don't really need to waste our time maybe of trying to suggest a lot of alternatives. Look, this is an interesting moment. Alvor, if long castle, then bishop g4. That's why the move of Hussein f5.
Just limiting the black bishop, the light
little
squared
bit,
bishop.
yes. I try to use the trick which you taught me, and to mark, you know, some problematic pieces here. So what to do with this bishop would be very interesting to see. Black is trying now. Yes, what exactly black is trying now with queen c5, I'm not sure, because white simply castle. Now g5. Now black is trying to activate the bishop, and it leads to sharp variation, because white takes and bishop g4 happens.
So white is happy to give up an exchange and says in return your king is going to be open for the foreseeable future. Because of the speed with which white is playing, I think it was prepared variation. Sure, yes.
And white, now we need first to count material. White sacrificed exchange for knight and pawn. Okay, taking into account an open position of black king, it's here very possible compensation, a very sharp line. We have here maybe some different possibilities to hit the king. So black already has to think about safety of His Majesty.
Yeah, I mean, it's this is going to be a very exciting battle, as you mentioned, for sure. If we look at Hussein's clock times, he is in his preparation. It's very likely that his preparation is not ending here, that he has looked at this quite a lot deeper. We also see from Artur's clock time that maybe he didn't expect, I don't know, we don't know if he doesn't know this line at all, or if he just didn't expect it today, but for sure he is the one who got surprised in the opening. And it'll be interesting to see how he reacts, because now it's too late, let's say, to keep things super safe and approach.
But it will be anyway, would be very interesting game. Position is sharp, unbalanced in material sense, but also in a positional sense. We have different colored bishops, also in our unbalanced here. So it's a difficult task for commentators. Yes, we had, at the moment I was not even trying to switch on the engine. I can do it. I can do it now, and it promises very complicated fight.
Okay, so we've seen, I think, the two games where most of our focus is going to lie. We can actually, before we move on, take one look at the camera where Hussein was looking very relaxed there, you know. He was like this, hands behind his head, and I'm sure he will be happy. He's gotten what he prepared. He wanted to get this position, clearly. So a tough task ahead for Artur here. Out of the opening, shall we move on to the A Open?
Yes, and we have actually excellent pairs there. Very strong people are coming, stronger and stronger. Somehow I didn't understand this accelerated system. I thought in the third round it may drop a little bit, but no, we are getting people with higher rating all the time. Yeah.
And we do have an all GM clash on board one.
Yes, and we are challenging our favorites with better resistance. This is very solid King's Indian opening. We can quickly bring this. It's actually a little bit transformation, because white now played c3, d4, which usually the other way around. Black plays c6, d5, and that's how you get in this position. But okay, now we got a very standard position, and knight e4 is one of the options, or to keep symmetry. I'm sure that Matthias, he ready for everything, and so he plays here rather quickly. But at the moment, of course, it's not a bad strategy to challenge the stronger player with symmetrical variation, where you almost per definition can only get microscopic advantage.
Yeah, so this one, a slow start. We are heading for more of a strategic battle here. So for now, let's move on to board 2, where Alexander Donchenko with the black pieces is taking on Gleb. Dudin.
Yes, and Gleb is playing a solid variation of Nimzevich defense. We just show our viewers how it happened. Just in case you will be following and you have interest in this particular game, you know, of course, what opening was played. Yes, e3 and bishop d3, knight e2 is one of very solid systems. What I can say about the move rook e8, it looks slightly mysterious at the moment, but it also prepares some retreat with the bishop. So it sometimes black prefers to keep bishop alive, especially after knight g2. If white plays a3, black wouldn't take, but probably just go away on a prepared square already.
This morning there was it wasn't morning, it was more like lunchtime, but there was a fire alarm at our hotel, and you, myself, and many of the players met outside the reception area, and Alexander Donchenko was one of the players there, and he said, anyway, I don't mind so much losing my preparation time because my opponent plays absolutely everything, so I don't know what to expect, but now we know what Gleb chose out of the many moves he plays.
One thing we can probably give up about his preparation, that he was drinking coffee.
Tea, actually. Tea.
Okay.
It was.
I confused. It looked like a coffee.
Yeah,
to
he
me,
doesn't. I don't think he drinks coffee at all. But it was very funny because I came outside. A little anecdote for our viewers. I came outside with my big bag. I had packed, in case it was a real fire, I'd packed my laptop, my wallet, my passport. You know, the most important things I had. And I came outside and I was surprised that none of you had taken anything. And I said this to Alex. I said, I brought everything, my laptop, And he said, I brought the most important thing, my cup of tea, because the tea was still hot. So.
That's how you knew what he was drinking. Okay.
So let's move on to board 3, where Michael Adams is taking on.
Just before we left, Black played d5, but which is normal move. So we have one more move, and we go to Michael Adams, who was very impressive with black pieces, and now.
What is going on here?
Now he was like lured to play French defense. Yes, let us see what was happening. And Michael of course can play many systems against French defense. Now he prefers to play this advanced French, closing the position. It's very interesting position with black having several setups, but queen b6 is very popular. Black is trying to create some pressure against pawn d4. Just in case that White thought about the comfort and wanted to put bishop on d3, he reminds it that the pawn on d4 may be targeted, not immediately, but after some preparational move. So White played bishop e2 for this reason. Although there is, of course, variations like this, and black can take or play bishop d7, and we can see in some games White was sacrificing the pawn. Yeah? So this, according to theory, is not very dangerous for black, but also would not be in the style of Michael, who prefer more strategical fight, playing bishop e2. Now black took on d4, and that's actually a signal to development of the knight. Now next move what happened was knight h6. Black would love to get this position with all pieces aiming at d4 and putting White under the pressure. The drawback of this development that White can take. So White took on h6, and again here very important.
Zwischenzug.
Zwischenzug. Yes, it was our theme yesterday.
Yesterday's, yes.
It's not necessary to take back, but you can attack maybe some other values. So queen takes b2, but of course this is still a theoretical variation. So it was not a blunder of Michael, it was part of his preparation. Although he uses time, so maybe something got him by surprise. Don't know what exactly.
I mean, we don't even know if the French is Tim's main opening or not. So.
Well, if he plays it, then yes.
Yeah, but it could be a secondary. I mean, it could be that it wasn't the main thing that Mickey expected, but we don't know.
We don't know it. Yeah, what was problem of the preparation? Whatever. Yeah, whatever. Maybe there is no problem. Maybe he simply tries to remember his analysis.
Yeah, I will try to see where Mickey spent the time, but yeah, no, Mickey only started spending time on move 11 on this rook b1. He spent 3.5 minutes.
Well, if not rook b1, then what are we doing basically? Yes, why we sacrificed the pawn? So it makes a lot of sense. Black took. And black is playing according to our, let's say, first line of the computer.
Rook takes b7, by the way, was a move where Mickey spent a lot of time. He spent almost 10 minutes here on rook b7. Okay. Again, I can't suggest alternative, because you may
think about repeating the moves, but of course,
As white
should,
the stronger player
should never do it. Yeah, so white took. So something went not as expected, maybe by Michael, judging by time. What about this position? Okay, position. We'll sacrifice the pawn. We can always go to some kind of ending in order to win it back. Yeah, to win it back, maybe rather easily. So the pawn, losing the pawn is not a problem. We can get this one. Only the question, can we also win this position? And this is, of course, much more challenging.
Question,
This is a very big question. So why? Yeah, if we would have to maybe take on a7. This way, simplify the position. Maybe we have idea rook a6 attacking it, but okay. We may continue analysis, but I think we'd better wait.
Yes,
for
and
the
see
development.
how Mickey decides to continue. By the way, I see there's a few of you in the chat already. Hello to Christopher, to Chuck on YouTube, and to Hakavas and Fuxuba on Twitch. And Christopher was asking, can you watch all games or can I suggest a board to look at? So we are mostly going to focus on the boards on the stage, so the top 3 of the Open and the 2 NC World Masters games. And also in the NFA Cup, we're mostly going to focus on Dinara and on Hussein. But if you see something exciting, feel free to make suggestions, and we will be happy. We'll be happy to take a look.
As a matter of fact, after some considerations, Mickey Adams, whom we see now also live on the picture, he played knight to b3, so he doesn't want to go to this ending.
Yes, which makes sense, I think.
Makes sense, because probably it's not that much of chances to win this position, so he goes to much more complicated middle game, or still keeping more pieces. And I'm not sure that I understand exactly what is going on. White knight b3, it's probably still a part of the regrouping. Yeah. Okay, if you have fantasy, we can make some funny regrouping of the knight, coming towards the weak position. Yeah. But also some other possibilities are coming into account, moves like bishop b5. It's worth to consider.
Okay, we'll see what happens here. Actually, I wanted to take a very quick look at one game, that's board 5 of the Open, Jonah Willow against Leon-Luc Mendonca. If you don't mind, I thought this is shaping up quite interestingly. We haven't really seen, I think, any games by either of the players. Jonah Willow, one of the big English talents, and Leon-Luc Mendonca, one of the up-and-coming Indian players. So maybe just a very quick look, and we don't even have to go from the beginning, but I was wondering how you assess this opposite side's castling position.
And Leon is known to the chess fans in Germany because he won the tournament in Bad Wörishofen this year. So he's not the first time in Germany, already played and know some chess atmosphere. We have very complicated position. I think we just take the picture and not go to the opening details. With White having an excellent platform for his knight, especially where he tries to establish him. Yeah, so it's not possible under such circumstances. Not possible for Black, I think, to play effectively on the queen side. Where Black can play is trying to do something on the king side, where White has some weaknesses, and maybe pawn on f3 as a long turn weakness. White to play here, so we need to think about the future development of the pieces. Okay, one move which comes to the consideration is bishop h3. We can maybe even try it in our analysis, just to connect the rooks and to put the pressure. We see that in this game both kings are relatively safe. Yeah, black put it into the corner and white put it on b1. That's why the castling was invented, to be able to evacuate the kings quickly. We expect here an interesting fight. Yeah, it's a very unbalanced position. So let us see what
we will see how it develops. Speaking of evacuating the kings, let's go to a game where that isn't possible. And let's return to the NC World Masters, starting with Eljanov against Kramnik.
Yes, many things happened. One was our prediction that it is possible to push h-pawn, which both players did. Yeah. Now what this knight is doing on g4 is very funny. Yes.
Yeah, we'll rewind a few moves. Actually, while we are looking at this game, I have a question for you, Arthur, in the chat. And Kevin, hello, it's great to see you here. Kevin said that he met you in Riga a while ago. It was a pleasure, and he said that somebody recently asked him why the Kollars third is a good opening, and Kevin said, that he should watch your games, and he wants to ask you, why is the opening not played at the highest level?
Well, this opening is okay, but it doesn't put maybe opponent under immense pressure from the beginning. It's just comfortable to play. You have very clear-cut plan what you want to do with your pieces. In fact, in a way, you are playing with more or less open cards. Also, opponent, if he prepares, he knows what is the major plan. It's healthy opening. It's okay, but it's not the most aggressive opening, and it's one of the openings where it's probably difficult to prepare some strong novelty and to get some very forcing variations. Let's come back now to the game, because I want to see how and why it was happening. Yeah, after the move c5, white just played bishop b2, knight c6. That was what we saw last time. Knight bd2, and all of a sudden this move h5. So it takes us out of book, if any preparation were done. Yeah? Funny move, h5. Okay.
Slightly mysterious.
Yeah? Yes. But again, the question remains what we will be doing with the kings. It's not a very clear answer yet. So white decided also for all future cases just to block. Black took, and now a little bit mysterious move, knight g4. I would say maybe something behind it. Maybe black wants to push f-pawn and to put the king. This is one of the ideas behind the move knight g4. Otherwise, it's actually not very clear for me what the function. Okay, put a little bit of pressure. Yes, the answer of Pavel also a little bit mysterious. A3. The move Alvor very typical for Zuckertort. Yeah, I said mysterious because there were no concrete threats. But if you want to put bishop on b3, you don't want to miss some attacking moves like knight b4. So In many cases, you play a3 first, then you put bishop on d3, maybe queen, but here, still the big question. Okay, what will we do next, and what is the fate of the kings? Where they will be staying?
Yeah, very interesting game shaping up. The next few moves, I think, will answer our questions. What was knight g4 about? Does Vladimir want to play f6, bring the king to f7? We will find out. For now, let's go to the other game, Dmitrij Kollars against Fabiano Caruana, where also for now it is not clear where the kings are headed. They are firmly stuck in the center, and we see a very strange pawn formation here in the center.
Well, it could be even a theoretical position in a classical game.
Yes.
So I think what is difficult, let us show what happened, because here knight f3, that was the move what Kollars played in this position. Knight f3, knight c6, d5, knight d4. There is a variation like this, and the big problem is to try to understand what is the different, comparing to the normal chess variations. So we can try to look. Knight e2 was played. Yes, definitely white simply wants to take the pawn. Now, what is the good reaction for black?
By the way, this is all a plan that Dmitrij has invested quite a lot of time into.
Yes. But now it's time for
Fabi to think.
Fabiano to think. Yes. How to react? What are the ideas? There are several moves which are coming to the mind. For example, this one, that way we pinning king and attack. Okay, little bit tricky move. So another possibility for black would be just to stick to more
attacking the pawn
prudent
this way.
approach, just to attack the pawn this way. So
but this allows the additional
it allows
option.
white to play f3, of course. But then maybe something happens, yes? So anyway, both kings are stuck in the moment, in the center. It happened actually.
Queen e7
Queen
was
e7.
played, yeah.
Okay, very good. So we were able to guess one
Yes.
move in a row already. Already some
a good start to the
a
day.
good start. Yeah. It's not so easy to do in this no castling chess. So
Okay, so I guess white also has a couple of options. We talked about f3. Is queen d3 also an option?
queen d3 is an option. Yes. Also, we have maybe move like knight g3, trying to
Yeah,
protect.
I was hoping to keep the knight on e2 because I'm still not sure how is black going to hold on to the pawn on d4. Does he even want to hold on?
Let us try f3 and black is hitting f5. Not easy, eh?
No, not easy at all.
position.
No.
So let
What
us
if
just
I take,
let's
yes.
just play something. Bishop takes f5. I'm just making extremely random moves.
Okay, not so random, yeah? We're trying to grab a pawn.
Yeah, but I just wanted to demonstrate some
that you get
available ideas.
very bad, very quick.
Very bad variation. So if both players are trying very hard, it could be quick finish.
By the way, just to answer a quick question from the chat from Adam, who said, I thought Kramnik retired. Kramnik retired from classical chess. He still likes to play no castling, but he also sometimes plays some blitz or rapid chess events. So he didn't retire from chess full stop, but he retired from classical
It's
long
basically,
games.
yes, he is not playing in World Championship cycle, maybe some
I think in general
exhibition
he plays no long,
events.
no classical. Yeah.
But on the other hand, I would say he's still young. So if he wants to play chess tournament, I think we should welcome
Of
him,
course,
not to say
absolutely.
you promise not to come back. We would be happy.
Absolutely,
We
yes.
would be happy to see some more games of Kramnik, and if he feel energy, desire to play, okay,
We're more than happy.
we will forgive him that he retired. So coming back, and in fact, I remember also the time when Kasparov retired, and I think it was a little bit too early. This extremely talented players, yes, and they can play. They can continue playing. We have actually development in Kramnik game, so maybe we can come back.
Yeah.
now. And then Kramnik just played Queen F6. So again, some mysterious move in a way, yeah, but probably part of some new concept. Yeah.
Although he invested quite a bit of time. I mean, if it's a new concept, it's more likely that it's a concept he came up with over the border. What do you think?
Very possible, yes, very possible. But also, of course, Pavel, he has to think what it is about. Yeah? Okay, it is about pinning the knight. Yeah? Knight cannot move because queen is attacking. But on the other hand, okay, why should we move the knight? But what should we move? Yeah, we should somehow maybe play bishop and queen e2. Let us see maybe a couple of moves if we can get some reasonable position. Let's say bishop d3, according to conventional play in Zuckertort. Yeah, that's not bad. Black maybe develops the pieces. I must say that anyway, I have to get rid of an engine because it's absolutely
useless. We could make king e2, king e1,
and then
fix
analyze
it that way.
But we don't want to,
No.
to trick our audience by playing some superficial moves. But yes, that would solve the problem of an engine, of course. Nevertheless, let's try to work ourselves.
Use our brains a little bit.
A little bit, yes. The question what I am having is black preparing e6, e5 in some convenient way. But because let us see how many pieces could control. 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces could control e5. So in some sense, all this operation may be desired to play e5, or at least to prevent knight from coming to e5, because okay, white. This is actually fascinating. How many pieces are looking. Yes. White has also 4 pieces looking at it. Yeah?
Maybe black can also at some point play king d8, rook e8, bring one more piece into the center. And
yes.
Maybe the king will be safe on c7, bishop d7, bring the other rook, and then hide on b8 in the end.
That is a plan of Fiona.
A very long-term plan.
Yes. But we may do it differently also. We may do another version of the plan, and rook e8, and then e5.
Yes.
So there is some plans. Yeah. What white is doing in between is another good question. Maybe he evacuates king here, or because the other way it takes a little bit.
Longer.
A little bit longer for evacuation. So I hope I'm not too irritating with all these errors. And we have the move f3 in the
other game. So let's very quickly go back there for a second, just to let you know.
So I managed to
make a lot of correct predictions.
No, but I also managed to lose this game for white in just 3 moves. So I hope it will not happen.
But F5 looks very scary, I have to... It hasn't been played yet?
F5 looks kind of normal to me, but maybe white would play something like knight g3. Could it be the case? Now the big question, what black is doing? Maybe black is taking. Do we take with knight? Who knows?
We could also
Knight
start
f6.
with knight f6, maybe.
Bishop f5. And we cannot castle, which is very disturbing. Which
And on
could
f2 the king will not really be safe
no,
at all.
but probably something like that. But that's what players has to think about in this position. It starts to be more open. But what to do with kings? You open the position, but then where is your king is going? So it's very, very important to not to lose this perspective. And another difficulty could be for any chess player here to assess the position, because from the optic it's always confusing if you don't have the opportunity to castle. It actually makes it very difficult to use to try to evaluate this position, to use some patterns. The pattern recognition is not really working here.
Absolutely. So we will see what Fabiano comes up with. For now, let's go back to the NFA Cup and see how Dinara is getting on in her game against Soledis.
Well, we already said that both has a lot of fun and fans, and they're playing excellently here. So this is a huge game. This is a huge game, and let us see.
It has progressed quite a lot.
It was some events happened after we left. I think we left it somewhere here after knight c6. So h3 usually it is just included, and this is one of the kind of standard position what you may get here. Yes, rook e1, short castle.
Okay, so far so normal.
So far so good, yes. So far so good.
But now a big decision by Dinara.
She decided to play g4. Also, sometimes some people are playing much more conservative, like coming backwards to e2. I don't want to bother people with long theoretical variations here. Only to mention that in this position it is very difficult for white to play e4 because of possibility bishop takes f3. And this may be a very unpleasant target. So g4 was played, bishop g6 and e4 now. That is solution of Dinara. Almost like necessary preparation for if you want to play e4, we needed to get rid of the bishop. And she is very brave, very interesting player who likes to attack. And
so we're not too surprised.
We are not too surprised that that type of game is developing. e5.
She was threatening to play e5 herself, of course, so this move also makes sense.
Yes, and that's what black is doing with these two pieces. They are supporting e5. So now I took, and it looks more or less safe for black, because we don't have anything like f4, f5, we don't have time. Because if we play f4, black simply can take on c3 and the pawn is falling. It's actually not always easy to take this pawn. Let us maybe investigate some time.
The question is, does it make sense to take on d1 first? Did it make sense for white to take?
Let's see this version. Now we can say if knight takes, then f5. Not good. But what is if bishop takes and g5? Black here has intermediate bishop d5. Again,
the theme continues.
Theme continues, yes. Otherwise, the both pieces were under pressure, but bishop d5 trick holds everything. So it's not possible for white to get concrete break. So Dinara took on d8, rook took and f3, protecting here the e4.
Okay, so the smoke is slowly clearing in this game. Let's get to the live position. A few more.
Yes, a couple of more moves. c6. Okay, bishop e3 was a reasonable answer, and now little bit optimistic move, b5. We will see soon if it is weakening the pawn on c6, which could be hit maybe with rook on c1. So b5 was not really necessary here because white doesn't have here the strong threats. Okay, we can play more reserved and wait for a better moment.
But both players are playing enterprising after b5. Dinara dropped the bishop back to e2 here.
And so the position what we have here. But black played knight fd7 already. So sorry, white played bishop e2 here, and black played knight f to d7. Regrouping the knight is logical answer, I would say. Yeah? Why? Because black may want to play this move and to have retreat on f7. Yes. So since bishop left the diagonal, this regrouping makes sense to me.
How do you evaluate the position we have on the board right now?
It's actually interesting type of endings, and it's already unbalanced. I would prefer a little bit white's position because maybe slightly more options. We can attack on C line, and we can try to play on the king side. So we have here.
Aite, there's another question for you in the chat, this time from Schachstratege. Dear Mr. Yusupov, Dinara used to play very slowly. She improved in this thematic. How can an amateur player train to avoid time trouble?
Okay, very, very big theme. I think it just has to be very general because time trouble could be very individual. It can be maybe the problems of the openings or problems to make a decision, just maybe lack of discipline. Yes, we need to be rational. We don't have too much time, so we cannot waste time maybe for some abstract consideration. We should be also modest enough to accept that some problems we will not be able to solve. It doesn't matter if we invest even more time, maybe we are not ready to solve these problems, and make a decision and to concentrate on the situations where it could be solved. As a rule of thumb, I would say in a moment where there is a confrontation, where if we can maybe take some pieces or attack some pieces, you need to calculate, you need to invest time. Where you have forced play, you have to invest time. Yeah? And in the situation where you have like different options, different plans, where level of confrontation is not too high, you should trust maybe yourself more and play what you think the best. because it's not easy to compare sometimes and to find an optimal solution between two positional moves. Yeah. Okay, here.
I think that's great advice. Yeah.
Here Dinara is thinking, already wasting some time, of course, but probably worth it, because the position.
Investing rather than wasting.
Investing in yes, investing time. Yes, that's the main art actually, to know when to invest time and when to save time. Yes. So if you manage it, you will be definitely a clearly better player. Obviously, Dinara is working on this aspect of the chess game. Although yesterday she was in a very heavy time trouble.
But the game was also very complicated. Shall we check in with Hussein?
Of course, because we left him shortly after knight takes d1. And black decides here to defend some weak white squares. We mentioned there was possibilities of check on b3. So now it goes. It's not possible, probably even, to play something like queen b3 would be too bad. We will lose material.
And everything is under control.
All protected all of a sudden. So obviously. Something else happened, but already
he's
Hussein,
invested. Yes, times have evened up.
Started to spend time himself. Yeah, so maybe e6 was not in his preparation. g3, bishop g7, bishop h3. Okay, that was set up, trying to attack, but black protected. And black is playing no castling game here already. But also king is participating in defense actually. It's not, it's interesting. It's interesting concept. And interesting also, again, here Hussein thinks about plan.
I have to admit I would be very scared as black here. It feels like white still has so many pieces and the king is not going to
many
be
good
safe.
active possibilities, but one thing, another thing how to play.
Yes, of course.
On a concrete level. So we can try maybe a couple of moves and just to see what happens. Let's say, let's pin the knight, for example. Very possible that black has an, I don't know exactly what idea he has, but okay, one possibility is maybe even to double the rooks and here to keep
and then
some
to
additional
try and
protection.
get the king maybe out of the f file.
To g8 maybe. So let's say rook e7. I don't know what to do with the knight, where to put it. Okay, we put it somewhere. So this is like one scenario. We fight trying maybe to attack these weaknesses. Complicated position.
Very complicated, yes.
Position. As we said, white has almost enough compensation. We have knight and pawn for the rook. It's maybe, let's say, half pawn sacrifice. Half pawn sacrifice. What happened? And as a positional compensation, we have a little bit opened position of the king. Another factor here is opposite colored bishops, which help us to conduct attack. Because if we manage to attack on white squares, then black is in trouble. Let me just try something else here. Let me see what difference does it make. Let's say, let's make the same move.
Yeah?
Let's make the same move.
It makes a big difference.
To make for some reasons a big difference because we blundered something. Yes.
What did we blunder?
It looks like we really blundered something. Queen b3. Yeah. Now I'm
And
so
now the
curious.
rook will be unprotected.
I'm so curious why didn't we blunder the same thing in the other line? After rook h8, we said about rook f1 was not the same. I'm sorry, rook e7 was not the same combination possible. It's some mysterious things when you analyze with computer. You are curious. Okay. To get an explanation,
Yes.
there is always some concrete explanation behind the mysteries. So here it is not clear.
Very nice.
In the other case, white would be winning. So
not so easy to understand this difference for white. Okay, we will see what Hussein comes up with. I suggest that we quickly update the top 3 boards from the A group, and then we will take our first break of the day.
yes, we had symmetrical, extremely symmetrical game. Yes, of Matthias Blübaum. The microscopic advantage of white.
The nature of the position hasn't really changed, right?
No, nature is yes, almost the same. White having very tiny advantage. It is based on 2 things. First of all, on an extra tempo, and secondly, that white has a slightly more harmonious move comparing to rook e8. Yeah. So we managed to put rook on b1. This is our extra tempo, and here black has to defend e7 with rook f8, and we defended e2 with more reasonable move e3, which gives us a possibility at some stage maybe to go for bishop f1. Exchanging of the bishops can have the point that we may try to bring the rook on the 7th rank. Nevertheless, at the moment it's just a very, very small advantage, but the opponent of Matthias thinks spending some time. He is to play, he has to find the defensive construction.
So let's move on to board 2 and check in with Gleb Dudin and Alexander Donchenko. This game is developing quite slowly, only 10 moves played here.
Yes, it was Nimzovich defense, and we left it in this moment where black played d5. And we were talking about that point of the move rook e8 is just to prepare the square for the bishop. Bishop is basically parked back here on f8. What looks at first glance as a waste of time, it's in reality black was able to castle and to bring the rook on e8, so he developed the pieces, and bishop is working from this position, or maybe later could be brought to g7. So it's not really wasting time. Another advantage of the position of the bishop on f8, comparing to e7, we can say that black rook may participate in preparing e6, e5. So black is supporting this from e8. So we see the further development in the game. Black develops the pieces. And okay, c5 is decision. Not easy decision here because it takes away the pressure in the center. And I think that Alexander was not unhappy to see this move, because then he starts to play in the center. So he has something like a very clear concept. Okay, c6 could be one option, e4 is another option. So black has several options. He prefers here to bring maybe the bishop on g7. Maybe thinking of some toying maybe idea of taking on d4. So bishop goes to g7, and later maybe knight
Come to e6.
Come to e6, and all together participate in putting a pressure against d4. Also, if black is possible to play also bishop g4, so we can create a lot of counterplay here against pawn on d4, or we are going to play simply, which actually I would say maybe more reasonable plan. We simply play e5, e4. Bishop would come here, and pawn maybe here. Knight can travel to h7 and later to g5, and we keep attacking here.
So we will see a lot of options here for black, for white as well. We will keep an eye on the development. And finally, let's check in with a game that was looking very exciting. Michael Adams against Tim Janzelj. We left it here when Mickey decided not to trade queens, which we thought made some sense. So
yes. Okay, knight b3 definitely leads to more complicated position. And indeed, why should white trade queens if you take into account that here king side is weakened? So maybe it makes sense. Also, there are some ideas of even trying kind of trap the queen. That's what happened here after queen d3. So I thought the idea may be to regroup, but there is some other ideas.
Yeah, black has to be a little bit careful already.
True, he protects the pawn. Okay, so now the question if we have a stronger continuation, stronger than just repeating some moves. Let's say rook b1 also makes sense, and then okay, how black would be reacting. Would he offer draw with the move queen a2, or he already thinks we can play queen a3?
Well, even queen a3, if rook a1, he can always decide to still go back to b2. It doesn't look so logical.
Or maybe to b4.
Yes.
So here
that would look more logical.
Here we have to think. Okay, one of the possibilities is again new regrouping because it frees the knight, and we're attacking the pawn at the same time.
Yeah, it's not so clear how black deals with this.
Let's say black plays h5. It's already very tough game. Very tough game. Black should forget about castle. Probably again black is playing some kind of no castle game. Yes. Okay, here we have complicated development. Do we have the move really? Probably not yet.
After
rook b1 was played.
No, rook b1 is
rook
the last.
Rook b1 was played, and black is thinking queen a3 or queen a2. We also were not able to come to definite conclusion. Yes.
Okay, so that concludes the first part of today's show. We are going to take a quick break now. During the break, we will show you yesterday's interview with Alexander Donchenko, and we will be back in around 10 minutes with all the action here from day 3.
Heute stand die zweite Runde des A-Opens der internationalen Dortmunder Schachtage an und einer der Turnierfavoriten ist jetzt bei mir, heute am zweiten Brett gewonnen. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Alexander Donchenko.
Dankeschön, war eine, sage ich mal, ich glaube ziemlich saubere Partie aus der Öffnung raus und das ist immer schön, wenn es so glatt läuft.
Wie hast du dich vorbereitet auf deinen Gegner? Adelard Bay ist ja jetzt kein Spieler, der hier viele Turniere spielt.
Das nicht, aber er hat tatsächlich schon im letzten Jahr einige Opens gespielt und ich konnte abschätzen, welche Varianten wahrscheinlich sind. Deswegen, ich habe ziemlich gut meine Vorbereitung getroffen.
Okay.
Wir können mal die ersten Züge durchgehen, das war slawisch. Und die Variante nach vierten Springer C3 DC ist jetzt nicht mehr ganz so populär wie einmal. Die meisten spielen jetzt halbslawisch mit E6.
Okay.
Aber okay, nach A4 E6, das ist jetzt, sage ich mal, mehr in Mode als andere Fortsetzung. E3, C5, Läufer C4, CDED. Das ist praktisch ein angenommenes Damen-Gambit, wo ich den A4-Zug mehr habe. Das kann ein Vorteil sein, kann ein Nachteil sein und das wird halt so diskutiert, was davon jetzt stimmt.
Aber im Prinzip hast du dich auf so eine Isolani-Stellung schon vorher so ein bisschen eingestellt.
Ja, ich hab das erwartet und ich sag mal, er hatte auch schon, ich glaube, mindestens 3 Partien in der Variante.
Okay.
Springer C6, das ist erstmal alles sehr normal. Dame E2, Läufer E7, Rochade, Rochade. Turm D1, das ist die absolute Hauptvariante. Springer B4. Also Schwarz versucht, die Kontrolle über D5 zu halten und irgendwie seine Entwicklung abzuschließen. Wenn er das schafft, ohne große Zugeständnisse, dann ist bei ihm alles gut.
Mhm.
Ich spielte hier Springer E5. Läufer G5 ist vielleicht der andere Hauptzug, aber Springer E5 ist vielleicht direkter und ich sag mal, das erlaubt weniger leichte Antworten von Schwarz. Wo er vielleicht
halt quasi aus, dass der Springer das Feld nicht mehr.
Ja, genau. Der Springer steht aktiv und es richtet sich auch speziell gegen den Zug, den er in der Partie gespielt hat, denn B6 ist die natürlichste Fortsetzung. Ich sag mal, sie ist auch spielbar, aber man muss sehr genau wissen, was man hier tut. Dame F3.
Und das kanntest du also quasi auch?
Ich kannte das noch, ich habe das noch geblitzt und das ist eigentlich eine forcierte Variante, Dame G3. Und hier wusste ich, dass der einzige Zug Läufer B7 ist für Schwarz. Danach kommt Läufer H6, Springer E8 und jetzt ist eine der gefährlichsten Fortsetzungen D5. Weiß opfert einen Bauern, Springer D5 oder Läufer D5 beliebig und dann Turm D4. Der Turm droht vielleicht rüber zu schwenken und ich sag mal, alle weißen Figuren stehen sehr, sehr bedrohlich. Der Computer verteidigt das natürlich ganz leicht, aber gut, vor allem wenn der Gegner es nicht am Morgen wiederholt hat, dann kann es hier sehr, sehr trickreich werden.
So wie in der Partie gesehen. Also die Idee jetzt hier ist wahrscheinlich mit Turm G4 weiter
ja,
die G-Linie.
Der zweite Turm kann auch nach E1 kommen. Ich sag mal, alle Figuren stehen im Angriff und Schwarz muss hier sehr genau spielen oder einfach wissen, was er tut.
Sieht gut aus. Wieso geht Springer H5 hier nicht?
Springer H5 kommt einfach Dame G4.
Und dann hängt der Springer G6.
Ja, ich sag mal, es gibt keine gute Möglichkeit, den Springer gegen Läufer zu tauschen, ohne dass der König aufgeht.
Ja.
Aber er spielte Springer H5 einen Zug vorher. Das kannte ich nicht, aber ich wusste halt, dass es laut Computer schon ziemlich gut sein muss. Deswegen, ich habe hier direkt nach Widerlegungen gesucht. Und es bietet sich Springer F7 gewissermaßen an, weil es die einzige forcierte Variante ist. Wenn ich irgendeinen Damenzug mache, geht der Springer zurück und die Dame steht nicht mehr auf dem besten Feld.
Ja, einer der Züge des Tages heute, Springer steht F7.
Ja, ich dachte ursprünglich, dass die Idee meines Gegners Turm F7 ist. Vielleicht war es auch ursprünglich das, aber dann kommt Dame B8, Läufer D6 und jetzt wichtig Läufer G5. Wenn die Dame zieht, kommt Läufer schlägt H2. Und ich denke, das ist sehr, sehr unklar. Jedenfalls wollte ich mir das nicht antun. Aber genau. Läufer H2, man kann den nicht nehmen. Und man muss König F1 wahrscheinlich spielen. Und ich wusste nicht, was da passiert, aber ich weiß, dass ich nichts damit zu tun haben will, wenn ich Läufer G5 habe. Genau, hier kommt einfach Läufer G5. Ja, und Schwarz kann die Spannung nicht wirklich halten. Wenn er sowas wie Dame F8 zieht, dann kommt Dame A8 und dann steht mein König halbwegs sicher. Und die Qualität sollte eigentlich gewinnen.
Okay.
Deswegen funktioniert Turm F7 nicht. Und er muss in dieses Endspiel gehen. Springer G3, Springer D8, Turm D8, H schlägt G3. Das ist relativ normal. Ich dachte eigentlich, ich würde hier schon ziemlich auf Gewinn stehen, weil ich nicht glaubte, dass Springer C2 irgendwie funktionieren kann. Es sei einfach dass die Figuren viel zu verknotet sind dann. Aber gut, er muss es versuchen, sonst hat er einfach einen Bauern weniger für nichts.
Ja, aktuell hast du einen mehr. Genau.
Ja, Springer C2, Läufer F4. Das ist, sage ich mal, auch sehr natürlich hier. Jetzt kam Turm B7. Ich denke, das ist auch der einzige. Wenn er Läufer D6 spielt, kommt wieder Läufer G5. Und ich behalte mehr Bauern und alle Vorteile in der Stellung.
Ja, einfach Turm C1 danach und der Bauer ist jetzt
Ja.
Genau.
Deswegen Turm B7 ist richtig. Er muss auf das Feld C7 gedeckt halten. Das wird man gleich sehen. Turm AC1. Springer D4. Hätte er Turm A8 gespielt, würde ich hier einfach Läufer C7 gewinnen.
Okay.
Glaube ich. Ja, müsste der Fall sein. Aber jedenfalls mit dem Turm auf B7, Springer D4. Hier habe ich jetzt angefangen, meine ganze Zeit zu investieren, weil ich glaubte, dass es einen forcierten Gewinn geben muss, aber vielleicht liege ich ja falsch hier. Und okay, ich spielte Springer B5. Der Zug, der den meisten Druck aufbaut. Turm D7 ist forciert. So, zum Beispiel, wenn er stattdessen Springer schlägt B5 spielt, kommt Turm D8, Läufer D8, Läufer B5 und der einzige Weg, den Läufer zu verteidigen, Läufer D7, läuft den Turm D1. Und ich gewinne eine Figur.
Sehr schön.
Deswegen muss Turm BD7 kommen und jetzt hat Schwarz so eine komische Aufstellung. Der Springer D4 kann nicht ziehen aber er muss weiterhin gedeckt werden und E6 muss auch gedeckt werden. Es droht aber Springer F3. Ich spielte hier König H1. Das Einzige, woran ich noch überlegt habe, ist König F1. Allerdings geht dann, glaube ich, Läufer A6. Und irgendwie hält Schwarz sich wegen der Fesselung, ja. Ich weiß nicht, ob es statt König H1 irgendwas Direkteres gab, aber ich habe es jedenfalls nicht gefunden. Hier, okay, ich dachte ursprünglich, dass Schwarz A6 spielen muss, um die Spannung irgendwie aufzuheben, aber A6 verliert wahrscheinlich nach Springer C7. König H8, sagen wir. Und jetzt einfach Springer A6. Es droht unter anderem Springer B8. Und die schwarzen Figuren stehen immer noch alle in einem Knoten und kommen da nicht mehr raus.
Also du hast schon mal einen Bauern mehr und noch weitere Drohungen.
Ja. Aber mein Gegner spielte Läufer F6. Ursprünglich dachte ich, dass dieser Zug gar nicht gehen kann. Aber ich habe mich verrechnet. Läufer F6. Ich wollte ursprünglich Läufer E3 spielen. Es droht Läufer D4. Deswegen muss der König ziehen. Und König F8 ist das einzige Feld, glaube ich. Denn ich zeige mal kurz, was nach König F7 passiert. Dann kommt Läufer schlägt D4, Läufer schlägt D4 und Turm E1. Ist erst einmal einfach eine Drohung auf E6, aber wenn Schwarz das verteidigt, er hat halt nur Turm E7 oder Turm E8. Ja. Und dann kommt Turm CD1.
Und wieder eine Fesselung.
Wieder eine Fesselung. Schwarz könnte noch Läufer A6 versuchen. Aber dann kommt Turm E4, Läufer B5, AB. Und die Figuren stehen so unglücklich, dass immer noch was verloren geht.
Ja, beeindruckende Variantenberechnung.
Aber beeindruckend vielleicht schon, aber leider geht einfach König F8. Und nach Läufer D4, Läufer D4, Läufer E6, Läufer schlägt B2 ist das ausreichend für Schwarz. Also ich bekomme hier keine gewonnene Stellung.
Okay, jetzt hängt alles, aber ich glaube dir.
Ja. Gut, also eine der besten Züge ist hier Turm D7 und dann kommt Läufer D7, Turm D1 und König E7 und es wird sehr, sehr, sehr viel abgetauscht, aber Schwarz steht sehr aktiv und wird das nicht verlieren.
Ja, okay, das willst du natürlich nicht aus der Stellung, die du gerade in der Partie hattest.
Genau, ja, und deswegen musste ich statt Läufer E3 was anderes finden. Ich habe mich am Ende für Läufer C7 entschlossen, das ist wahrscheinlich auch sehr gut, aber aus einem Grund, den ich nicht gesehen habe. Jetzt haben mein Gegner und ich schon herausgefunden, dass anscheinend Turm F8 halbwegs spielbar war, aber wir haben daran beide nicht geglaubt während der Partie, weil dann Läufer D6 kommt. Und jetzt, okay, ich weiß nicht, welcher Mensch das spielen würde freiwillig. Turm F7, Turm schlägt D4, das war die Idee. Ja. Läufer D4, Läufer E6. Es sieht so aus, als würde alles hängen bei Schwarz, aber nach Läufer A6 ist die Stellung noch nicht kaputt, sagen wir.
Okay.
Ich weiß nicht genau, was hier passiert, aber ich weiß, dass es nicht sofort verliert.
Und es ist noch wild, ja.
Ja.
Auch wenn man sich mit Schwarz bestimmt nicht wohlfühlt.
Ja, genau. Aber mein Gegner spielte Turm E8. Und jetzt kam Springer D6, Turm F8, Läufer A2. Das ist
die Idee hier, hatten uns gefragt während der Partie, ist einfach den Druck so ein bisschen aufrechterhalten.
Also es droht Springer schlägt C8. Das ist kein stiller Zug in dem Sinne, ich decke den Läufer. Und es droht Springer C8. Ich dachte,
der hier noch nicht, weil der Läufer
genau, hängt. Dann kommt Turm C7
den
und
hast du jetzt quasi gedeckt.
Ja. Hier kam Turm E7, wonach wahrscheinlich mehrere Züge schon gewinnen. Ich dachte ursprünglich, dass König H8 hier spielbar ist, aber dann geht offenbar einfach Springer C8, Turm C8 und hier habe ich ganz vergessen, dass es Läufer E6 wieder gibt. Ich wollte einfach zurückgehen, aber okay, vielleicht finde ich das am Brett und hier die Stellung gewinnt einfach für Weiß.
Okay, und dann geht es weiter, trifft C7.
Sekunde, so rum. Ja, das haben wir auch geschaut. Nimmt Turm C8, Läufer D8 und Turm E1. Und da geht wieder was verloren.
Turm E8 nicht zu verhindern, aber auch wieder eine tiefe Variante, okay. Das heißt wahrscheinlich, weil die Stellung hier...
Hier ist sie wahrscheinlich schon hinüber, also würde ich vermuten, ja. Ja, es kam Turm E7 und ich kann hier wahrscheinlich sogar auf B6 nehmen und einfach Bauern gewinnen, aber nach Springer E4 kann er einfach die Figuren nicht verteidigen. Es droht Springer F6, es droht Läufer D6 und die Türme haben nicht genug Felder. Er hat hier nach Läufer B7 versucht, das ist ein ziemlich guter Versuch, denn ich sag mal, Springer F6 gewinnt wahrscheinlich auch, aber ich konnte auf Anhieb, sage ich mal, die Partie hier nicht beenden, also so, dass Schwarz einfach aufgibt.
Figur mehr.
Ja, ich hab sowas gerechnet wie Turm D8, König F7, Läufer D6, dann kommt Turm G2 und jetzt zum Beispiel Turm F1, König G6 und ich sehe nicht genau, wie das hier zu Ende geht. Nach Läufer E7 kommt nämlich sowas wie Turm, sagen wir Turm schlägt B2 und ich muss früher oder später Läufer D5 spielen und habe dann schon nur eine Figur mehr.
gegen 3 Bauern.
Ja, also solche komplizierten Varianten möchte ich, wo ich nicht mehr so viel Zeit habe, auch nicht rechnen. Deswegen, ich spielte hier einfach Läufer D6 und jetzt tauschen sich sehr viele Figuren ab und es gibt einfach nichts mehr, was Schwarz hier machen kann.
Genau, wenn dann Läufer steht E4, nimmst du wahrscheinlich auf E7 einfach raus.
Genau, ja. Läufer E7, Turm D4 und E6 hängt, der Läufer hängt und das ist natürlich vorbei.
Qualität mehr.
Ja.
Zufrieden mit der Partie?
Ich habe noch nicht die Computerbewertung gesehen, aber ich bin zufrieden, ja. Also
Sehr schön mit Springer F7, beeindruckende Variantenrechnung, finde ich. Ja, viel Glück morgen und danke, dass du dir Zeit genommen hast.
Dankeschön, ich freue mich auch schon auf morgen.
Danke.
Hello and welcome back to day 3 of the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy and round 1 of the NC World Masters, our no-castling tournament with Vladimir Kramnik, with Fabiano, Caruana, Pavel, Eljanov and Dmitrij Kollars. And Arthur, we've had a few developments in this game between Eljanov and Kramnik.
Yes, very, very important situation in this game. We come back, so you see the position, but we come back to the move bishop d3, what we were discussing, and it really came after queen f6, but I totally failed to understand the idea of Vladimir Kramnik. He wanted to play bishop c5. What a beautiful chess he is playing, even if it is no castling chess, but there is certain harmony between these black pieces. So very, very active, very entertaining, very interesting, and in a way also good no-castling chess. The problem here for white, if he keeps defending it, the pawn, a bishop goes away, and in the future, black would be threatening with a6, e5, trying to use very nice coordination of his pieces, and this is a very awkward position. Basically, only solution for white is castling, which is
an impossible solution.
Exactly, yes. And if it would be castling chess, it would be not that dangerous. But here, no, castling chess makes it.
And we also understand why Eljanov has started spending so much time here.
Exactly. Probably he also missed the idea of Kramnik with bishop c5, because the move did take c5. It's so difficult move to make. Yes, and I don't think that it was a plan. No? Queen takes b2 happened, c4, and now
one more move here.
Yes,
one that we wouldn't see in a normal game.
It's a very unusual position, and actually I'm not sure that I still understand it. Many different options for black. I was thinking about something like this. So could be played.
But Kramnik had other plans.
Yes, Kramnik decides now immediately to put king on e7, and probably trying to put the rook and to put some pressure on white construction. What is important here to notice that first of all this knight is pinned, cannot move, so otherwise the f2 is handing. So unfortunately we don't have a very clear solution with the king, what to do, how to bring some pieces like this rook in the game. So it looks to me actually that black can be happy with this situation.
Yeah, I mean, I would really like to get rid of the black queen that is in the heart of our position somehow.
So somehow to offer exchange, but then queen would go back. So it is still active. So probably not the clear solution. I don't know what is the solution. That's what a little bit worries me. But probably also Eljanov, who is thinking here.
Yeah, we can see him there sitting at the board. Kramnik currently away. I think he will be very happy with what he got here. And just difficult. I mean, let's try to find another plan.
Well, first we need to find one plan, yes.
Yeah,
it would be
true.
better.
Yeah. I mean, we said that we talked about queen
c1, yes. But I'm not sure that we are profiting from this introduction. Yeah, okay.
Let me ask you: what if I, instead of queen c1, what if I mirror black and play
king q2?
Yes. My idea is I want to play rook e1 and king f1.
Okay.
But I'm a little bit scared.
Okay, that's a possibility. But black has many options as well. So, for example, one of the options is knight e5. Another option. I just will be tossing some moves.
One of my ideas also behind king e2 is that I'm ready to play queen c2, but it probably doesn't help me so much because you will go back to f6.
No, but this is ideas, yeah. So that's ideas. This is a good thing. Yeah.
Better a bad idea
than no idea. Yes. So. And basically, I think that there is no bad ideas. Ideas are a good thing generally. So it's good to be creative, have some ideas. Okay, that's let's say one of the options. But the big point that white is not really playing for a win here. No. Yeah? So we should be modest here. And realize that we are maybe already slightly worse in the position, because Usually you have such a formation and you have like you took a pawn and you have an extra pawn on c5. But here we don't have an extra pawn. We have here some weaknesses, potential weaknesses. Yeah. Okay, maybe not so bad if you can consolidate like this. I must say your no-castling skills are impressive.
I'm not sure about impressive, but it's nice, you know. I think it's interesting, even for us as commentators, to think about chess in a different
totally
way.
Different way. Yes, totally different way. So maybe Black has already think about different solutions, but no, okay, King K2, why not?
We will see what Pavel comes up with. He will have to make up his mind quite soon. I'm getting a little bit worried about his time. We're, after all, only on move 12 in the game, so 28 moves still to make. We will see what he comes up with. For now, let's check out Dmitrij Kollars against Fabiano Caruana, because things have also changed a lot here.
Exactly. We left it after queen e7. Yes, queen e7, and white played f3, f5, and knight g3 happened. Knight g3. Black played queen h4. That was not predicted from us. Queen h4. Both players are spending a lot of time. This is kind of interesting sacrifice.
Yeah, what is
here all going on? Yeah. Knight e7, what a nice move of Fabiano. Generally, white should be careful, because
to not get too greedy.
Yes, not to be too greedy. First of all, there is some possibilities like bishop e5 and then attacking knight on g3. Yes, that is a kind of modest solution of Dmitrij. He wants to exchange queens and to get rid of this pin and everything. So queen went. I wanted to get rid of pins, but no.
Pin is still alive.
Pin is alive. Reinforcement of the pin is a little bit depressing, but what is extremely positive thing for Dmitrij and in a way for Fabiano, we are getting some ending. White already played obvious move king f2, so no more castling chess.
And the king looks reasonably happy, at least.
On f2.
On f2.
No, that's one of the main positions. So that's what we learned last year. Was very often used by the players to park it here. Okay, in endgame, no major problems I would see. In endgame, pawn d4 could be in some situation under the pressure, but in a moment not. In a moment, white not too good, so we can make it immediately no castling chess by playing king f7, and okay, white also have now many reasonable moves developing his pieces.
Okay, this one shaping up a bit more slowly, I would say, than
king f7 was played. No, it is more in equality zone. So we have, as I said, only problem and only thing what black should be taken care of is this pawn on d4. In certain future, it may start to be a target, but so far everything is okay.
Okay, so let's leave the NC Masters for now, and let's go back to the NFA Cup and check in how Dinara is getting on against the big Greek Georgios Soulidis.
Oh.
Big develop. What is going on in this in the E file? There is some traffic jam.
Some clear traffic jam. Yes. I don't know what it is. Yeah? Just difficult to imagine such a position.
Maybe they are planning, you know, to play some. How can I best arrange it? Black will play some f6, knight f8, knight e6, rook a7, rook e7, bishop back to e8, and just complete this whole e5.
Okay, we see how it happened. First of all, very principled move of Dinara, a4. I was lecturing people, not to waste maybe too much time, but I think this was a good investment of Dinara.
Yes.
And of course, she is able to find such a move like a4. a4 is very serious, very interesting move. Hitting black in a moment where actually on a strong side, where black has more pawns, but at the moment black is not ready yet to need some time maybe to consolidate. So she was trying to hit at the moment where black is not ready. So that's actually interesting approach. Another option would be to go like this, And that's what, and then maybe rook c1. That's what we have honestly confessed that this was suggestion of Stockfish. So knight a2, hitting black structure and black plate. And let me see what black plate. a5. Okay, makes sense. Protects the pawn. b2 is under the pressure. f4. Okay. What a game, yeah? That's
I'm being quiet because I'm trying to figure out everything that's going on. So her point is that if you take on b2,
white probably attacks and then f5.
And then f5 next. Yes.
So that makes sense. And that's how it came to this traffic jam.
Yes.
Black made a Zwischenzug again. White took on e5 and black took on a2. Well, the pawn structure now ruined. That's what usually good for the side who has a knight. So I don't think that Dinara has advantage here.
So you think the position is roughly even?
Roughly even. Also, bishop is now no danger for him. He is working, and pawn would be one back, maybe immediately or after some preparation. So I think
this position reminds me of some joke I've heard about some people. They say sometimes when the commentators are not sure, about that, they just say, it's the dynamic equality. But I think here really it is some sort of...
sort of balance, balance of weaknesses, Black has weaknesses on c6, on a5, white has weaknesses on e5, e4, b2, so we can say that more or less equal position. Usually it is also, it's not so easy to lose with bishop's pair because it's a powerful pair in an open position. So if it goes a little bit wrong, bishop's pair is offering some compensation.
Let's check in with Hussein and his very exciting game against Arthur de Winter.
Okay, yes, it went, we left the game actually shortly before when white was attacking and black played rook h2 g8, and only move what we have here is the move knight e3 and very surprising answer by Arthur playing knight g4. Just it took me a little bit of time to understand that black is simply hitting d4 with this move. So it is attempt to exchange some pieces to simplify the situation, which Basically, makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense from black's perspective to exchange some pieces, because king would be safer, and that was one of the elements,
main concerns,
or maybe main concern, exactly.
Yeah, I like this move, knight g4.
Knight g4, very clever move. Now we came to different considerations. I know that the move of computer was rook e1, and most likely here knight g4 wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, I would say we can take the pawn on e6.
Yeah,
and then take.
I was just in shock because I see that the top seed of the tournament, Kartik Venkataraman, has already run his game against Vadim Petrovsky.
Oh,
so
okay.
Let's see how
let's see what
happened
in this game. Yeah,
so
exactly.
Fast.
Should we just quickly
maybe
run it through?
Yeah, why not?
Because yes, so far I don't know how many points.
Well, he lost the first round against.
Exactly, he lost the first round.
And yesterday he won, no? Against Arthur.
Yes, yesterday he won. So he is on 50%.
And now on +1.
Okay, so everything is now back to normal for him after a little bit disastrous.
And it's always nice for your confidence to win such a quick game, of course. Let's see in what style
first of all, and secondly, after you lost the game, it's a very good way to come back. Yeah? Showing also the character. Yeah? White, more or less, we have Sicilian with reversed colors. So English opening. Exactly. That is supposed to be equal position or about equal position. Reminds us if somebody is playing it with black, it's accelerated dragon variations, and that's what we are getting. So I don't go to the details, and I'm sure that both players they knew the theory much better than I'm doing, but I would say it is still theoretical continuation, or at least should be considered in the theory. So somewhere on this journey, black lost lost touch. So far it looks normal, yes. So we don't see why black should lose this position. Yes, but it's actually we see it's not easy to play. It's not easy to play. Black tries to defend the pawn. Yes, it's very. I would say it was a very interesting concept of white player to aim for some complicated strategical situation where you can have maybe some chances, but black defends here. Okay, tries to defend.
Yeah, but already some pressure.
Pressure and initiative.
Yes.
What is initiative? Initiative is ability to attack the opponent. Something like rook fc1 shows that white has initiative. White can dictate, and okay, black here a little bit tied. Oh, that is already something very interesting. Yes, I see the idea. e4. That's probably black missed that resource. What a nice move, bishop d4. So what does it mean? It means that black already here in certain trouble. Very, very fine work of Venkataraman. Very fine work, yes. And yeah, it looked
And
normal.
very nice,
It looked
yeah.
normal, but it was. The point is that if queen d6 and queen c4 wins material. So black, not to lose the pawn for nothing, he took on b5. I took on d4, outplaying the opponent in a beautiful, beautiful way. Now attack is coming. And somehow not enough compensation for the pawn.
Still, how did it collapse so quickly?
Well, white started actually just
Suddenly
to
the king
attack
side is
on the
just...
king side. So opening. And that probably was not working. That was not working, finished. Okay, what we saw, I think there was some moment somewhere around 15, 16th move, which everything here looking rather innocent and rather okay, but very deep strategy showing that that pawn could be bad. Yeah? Very, very fine game. Actually, a game to study if you play it this variation with 5 pieces.
Yeah. And Petrovsky had a great start so far. He was 1.5 out of 2, but today the top seed showed that, you know, the first round loss was just an accident. Sometimes it happens, and he's back in the tournament.
Yes, and he showed why his elo is so high. We see a very high quality game.
Absolutely. Maybe we can quickly take a look at the 2 games we haven't seen yet from the NFA Cup, starting with Jana Schneider against Alexander Bagratoni.
I think we just maybe
just the current position.
Just the current position, because it is puzzling enough.
Yes.
What is going on?
Maybe we can go back 2 moves.
we have to come back because it's not clear
how we got here.
How we got this knight. What happened? Now we can understand what happened. Okay, this is more normal situation, and black hit us with the move b6. And instead of coming back,
complications are starting.
White starts some complication with the move c4. Okay, looks very principled, because if we take, then bishop takes d5, double attack. Okay, that makes sense. So c4 is serious move. Black decides simply to protect the pawn. And that's where knight a6 came to. What a nice game, actually.
Very funny position.
Jana found a very tricky way to play it, and not surprising that Alexander is thinking what to do. Let us just for the second check, very primitive move only. So some couple of primitive moves, and white wins a pawn. Wins a pawn, and there is no real compensation, because rook c8 we can go to b7, and if rook b8 white can develop the pieces, or even stop black knight from jumping. So that's a good position for white. That means that Alexander has to find something
else,
more sophisticated. Good luck, Alexander. We want to...
very messy. We will come back here once the dust has settled a little bit. And let's see the last game we haven't seen, Ruben Kölner against Mikhail Saltaev.
Yes, Mikhail had a difficult start as well, So here he is definitely under big pressure. White has very active pieces here. Possibility maybe to bring rook into attack on H line. So serious chances for Ruben.
Yeah, it looks very promising. Okay, so this concludes our little tour of the NFA Cup. Let's go back to the A Open.
And our usual suspects.
Yes, the top three players.
Blübaum, Donchenko, and others.
Yes, and they are on a perfect 2 out of 2 so far today. Their biggest test yet. This one was shaping up very positional. The position hasn't changed so much except for one pair of bishops coming off the board.
The point is that it doesn't matter if you have advantage or you don't. As a top seed, one of the top seeds, you have to try. Yeah. So Matthias would try to get advantage. We left this position where very tiny advantage was accumulated, but Black said that, okay, bishop f8, it's not that big deal. Very good move actually, bishop f8, because now if white to play, white would at last get something, but Black just in time managed to more or less to stop it. Yeah. Okay, the price, rather small price, was paid. A5 could be weak.
Should we try to fix the A5 pawn there? Or
I don't think it will work because of A6. Black wants to exchange. I would let it stay because my dream would be to use the king, maybe in some situation. Yes. That would be my dream.
Okay, yes.
But the question, of course, it's easy to dream on a nice summer day, but okay, king e2. That means king e2. We play king e2, e6. We probably take, whatever, not take, and also black king starts around. So I'm not really sure because, okay, my beautiful plan doesn't seem to be working at all.
We'll see what Matthias can come up with. A long battle still ahead. Matthias, who usually, you know, we've seen him walk a lot away from the board, but he understands, you know, today it's just a small edge and he will have to work very hard in order to create something out of this.
Maybe we keep running here. Yeah? King f6, okay, I don't know what black is doing.
You're not afraid that black will capture on c5?
No, because then I would have maybe b6 square. That is my hope. And so king f8. Can we do it? I'm not sure yet. Unfortunately, black king is
very fast.
We needed more tempi. Yeah, we needed more tempi.
A difficult situation.
Difficult, but still fascinating if you like this type of positions with microscopic. That's maybe my chess. I would be enjoying it, but it's of course not everybody
cup of tea.
Yes, as you say. Yeah.
So for now, let's see how Alexander Donchenko is getting on against Gleb Dudin. Here, there's a lot more pieces still on the board.
True. Something happened. White sacrificed the pawn.
Yes.
In order to get some counterplay, we see what happened here. We visited this in this moment, and we actually liked black perspective in the sense of it's easier to find the plan. White played a4 here, bishop g7, a5. Okay, very complicated strategy. But here c6, he was afraid that it would be the same as I think Carmen was playing in the first round against Matthias Blübaum.
Yes.
And she closed the queen side too much. And
I know Carmen against Alexander.
Or Alexander Donchenko?
Yes, yes.
So Donchenko is using the same strategy.
Yes.
Second time, he wants to play on the side where he is better. So Gleb Dudin was trying to avoid this. Was it forced? Maybe not yet. Yeah, because you can, for example, still do something like this. And if e4,
you can still. Not an easy position
not
already.
Easy.
Yeah?
No. You can try to do something like this. Yeah. To create also play on the king side before black consolidate the position there. Yeah? So it was not necessary yet to do such a drastic action as c6, and but that's exactly what happened. White played c6, black took, knight a4, and here Alexander was thinking, but he made the move. Yes, he made the move.
Bishop f8, yes.
After knight a4, e4.
Oh, sorry, yeah, e4.
Bishop c2 and bishop f8. Okay, that probably means that bishop is coming to d6. Okay, at the moment is pawn under attack.
Yeah, how do we defend it?
But actually the easiest way to defend is to put the knight on c4.
Okay, I guess white has some compensation, yeah, for the pawn.
True, because contrary to the game of Carmen, yeah, the white still has some potential here on the queen side. But on the other hand, the pawn is a pawn, yeah? So this looks like a double pawns, but it's not such a bad.
They're controlling a lot of
squares, yeah? So not such a bad stuff.
Okay, very interesting stuff. I think this one will heat up also because of the time situation. We're only in the game on move 15.
Okay, the favorite here has chances.
Yes.
Yeah?
So let's go on to the next one. That is Mickey's game against Tim Janzelj. And this one we were very curious when we left it off. But it has changed a lot. The black a-pawn has started moving. Let's go back and try to understand.
Yes, I think we were actually close to this, yeah? Yes, and we were thinking queen a3, queen d2. We were even considering this variation, but here we stopped. Here the decision of black was to throw away the pawn on h6.
Mickey didn't take it.
Mickey didn't take it. Okay, he thought maybe he doesn't have enough advantage. Okay, let us see if his solution better, and what does it mean? He played h4. Yeah? And black, after h4, black played a4.
And Mickey just dropped the knight back to c1.
Yes. Okay. He says pawn doesn't matter yet. Yeah, I can maybe pick up it later, and I want to bring the knight. It's actually the maneuver what already I was dreaming about earlier. Okay, he has a certain initiative here. Yeah.
Yeah, and meanwhile, I think one of the things that black has to be concerned about is that rook on h8 is completely out of the game and not so easy to activate the rook. Earlier I thought about putting the rook on g8, but it's also kind of not threatening anything. Unless we can maybe bring the rook to g4 in the future.
Yes, I mean rook g8. Yeah? Let us consider them. Rook g8. Okay, maybe we can take.
Yeah, maybe I'm giving you too much because you might also just take on h7.
Let us come back, actually. Let us try to understand the move h4, because it seems to be a great move to me. Yeah? So if queen h6, a4, let me try to make knight c1 and trying to understand what is the big deal. Okay, now let us compare. So White played h4, not taken yet. h4 could be useful for several reasons. Yep, square g5, possibility for white to go away, but also to wait for a moment and not to give black time for queen c3 and then a3 and all this stuff. So at the moment white queen on d2 is good positioned. The pawn is not going to run away. Or, okay, let us run away with a pawn and to see what happens. Yeah?
Okay, your idea
Knight d3.
was to jump?
Yeah, actually it just only puts the pawn where we want it to be. Yeah?
Yeah, and if the knight comes to h5, there will be some new problems on the horizon.
It looks like anyway, it doesn't matter what black is going to do. Yeah, white would have some
I think
some
Mickey
initiative.
is in good shape today.
Mickey is in good shape not only today but also in this tournament, playing very, very well. I think we are happy to have such a powerful player here.
I thought let's go back to the NC World Masters. We will update both games there, and after that we will go for a quick break, as very soon we look forward to welcoming our daily guest, Grandmaster Klaus Bischoff.
Who's working hard, commenting live. And
remember, if you're anywhere in this area, in the Dortmund area, you can come here, see the tournament, and listen to the live commentary in German by Klaus Bischoff.
First of all, we can be happy about Queen C1 was one of our suggestions.
That we had we thought, okay, after Queen F6, which we also, well, you called correctly.
We thought about Queen F6, but I'm very sorry because now we can, or also now we can try to use some help. This is also interesting possibility. If Queen B2, we have Knight D3.
Very nice tactics, yes.
Yes. So that was alternative here for Kramnik. Why didn't he play? We didn't know. This Knight E5 is tricky. Okay, maybe it's not much in itself. Maybe White simply goes back. Yes. So he played Queen F6.
By the way, Arthur, I said the same exact thing when we left this game. I said I'm worried about Pavel's time, but I am even more worried. He now has only 10 minutes and he has to make 26 moves.
Oh, yeah. Yes, the time is running very, very quick. Yeah. It looks like at this moment already black started to feel very confident. Yeah. This King F1, almost like a little desperation. King F1.
It's tough because it's a position where it's not so easy to find moves for white, and with the time ticking down, at some point you just have to, even if you don't think, maybe has a feeling that King F1 might not be the best, but you just have to force yourself to make.
Or maybe Queen C1 was also not the best. I think the Kramnik actually in a very good with very good chess here, or very good no-castling chess.
Very powerful play and some very interesting ideas that he showed us in the opening today.
Maybe his experience by playing the match against Anand on this stage, maybe it is helping him. We see his in rather confident pose, yes. And Eljanov found the move. He found an idea how to put here some reasonable resistance. The problem of the position is this fellow. How to bring him in a game, yeah? Because I think it is easier for black to bring his pieces in a game. We can maybe suggest something like this, b6.
Yeah, no, I think huge trouble ahead here for Pavel. Very powerful play by Vladimir.
The game should be studied and probably will come as a classical example of no castle chess for the fans of this new type of game, because it's exactly the problems what people are experiencing. It's not only the king position, it's communication between the rooks.
Yes.
Yeah. And,
all of the white pieces are so uncoordinated. Well, it's hard to think of two pieces that work together well right now.
I have a little bit slow objection. I would say he tries to coordinate this. Oh, sorry, I take it away. I don't want to. He tries to coordinate somehow to make a little bit harmony, but this rook on h1, there's no way you can bring it in the game. The problem that black, let's say b6, putting something back and everything in the game. And that means, in a plain language, that means that soon black would have an extra rook, something like this, and you wouldn't be happy to play position against Kramnik without a rook. Yes,
that's very true. Okay, so we'll come back to this game, but things are looking very challenging for Eljanov. Great game so far by Kramnik. Let's move on to Kollars.
He still thinks, so b6 probably a good move. I don't know if there is some alternative. Yeah, so here I think he still thinks. And another game is much easier to play for both of them. Yeah. Looks like an interesting strategy now.
Yeah, let's go back a few moves.
Yes, let's see how it has happened. Because I like the a5, a4. Sorry, that we had this position after the move king f2, king f7. Now normal chess starts. Bishop d3, rook e8, bishop f4. So far so good. There's only weakness in the position. Don't see how white really can use it. Black took, played a4. King e2, bishop d7. Yes, king d1. Okay. Does it really helped the whole maneuver? Because white is still pinned, yes? White is still pinned here a little bit. So this is slightly irritating.
Yeah, pinned, but are we so worried? Because it's not so easy for black maybe to increase the pressure, or is he threatening some g5 at some point?
No, but I want also to have some program for white, maybe to jump to a4.
To not just wait.
Yes, yes.
But okay, maybe after king d1, he is ready to move the rook next.
It's okay, but it was like bishop d7. Sorry for all this color. Yes, okay. It took some time to bring king from king side to the queen side, but I'm not really sure that. I'm not sure where it is going.
Where it's going, yes. Okay, I think for now we can say things are pretty much in the balance.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah, okay, things can open up as well. But this concludes, I think, our look right now at these two games. I see Grandmaster Klaus Bischoff is already in the room. We are going to go on a short break and also get his opinion on those games very soon. So we'll see you then.
Hello everyone and welcome to this 50th edition of the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy.
Wir freuen uns, in diesem Jahr 226 Spieler im B-Open zu begrüßen. Wir gehen davon aus, dass wir den Teilnehmerrekord in diesem Jahr überbieten werden. Im A-Open heute Nachmittag rechnen wir mit deutlich über 300 Spielern.
Usually I'm a bit nervous when I play on the stage, but this time it was quite chill because we had a nice area to walk around. We also had a buffet and water. It was very nice.
Hello and welcome back to day 3 here at the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. And we're delighted to have our daily guest, Grandmaster Klaus Bischof. Klaus, day 1 of the World and the NC World Masters. What are your first impressions?
Well, of course, everybody tried to set up something solid in the center just to make sure that things cannot go very wrong quickly. But on the other hand, now everybody has solved the problem with the king and the king's rook, except Eljanov. The king is not the biggest problem, the rook is the problem.
Yes, and okay, the last move actually, maybe we are switching immediately to Kramnik game. Last move was king to f8. Yeah? So it is all symmetrical with exception of the rook, which is developed, rook on d8, developed, and this rook is in a very dangerous situation to be left alone, yeah, in a way.
Well, on the other hand, it's not easy for black to do something in the center because neither d4 nor taking on c4 will bring him a lot.
So we may think, okay, what is the next move? Yes, basically, okay, let's do some random move and to see. Okay.
b4 is not a random move. I would not have been surprised had he played this one move earlier.
Okay, just pushing the pawns, could be.
And rook a2 also, from now on, white has this possibility, queen a1. would be very useful for white to exchange queens.
I was advocating the move b6 earlier, which probably makes sense. Still makes sense, yeah, to be able just to put bishop and then to see. Alvor, I'm missing b5, but I have knight e5 move always on b5.
Yeah, which is extremely unpleasant.
Yes. So, and Eljanov doesn't have so much time, yeah? So
That's a bit of an understatement.
yes, I can see.
He has 8 minutes.
8 minutes on
8.5 minutes now, and still 25 moves.
And he's still a rook down.
And he's still a rook
basically
down.
rook down and on time, on the clock, and Kramnik is not even present in the moment we went away. So thinking now in this position before the move b6 and b4. So in this position, Eljanov is still thinking. Very difficult to give him advice. Maybe we try to do something. I don't know. Let me try to do some crazy move. Okay. I still kind of like this b6, but I'm not sure that Kramnik is planning this stuff. Yeah? But he may have some other solutions as well.
Yeah. Also, a5 is probably not stupid. It's still, you have no way to get rid of this pressure against f2.
Yes. And then to develop the pieces, because actually I had the same situation or the similar situation, and what I understand that black has time. Yeah. He doesn't need to force the matters.
Nothing to be done in the center, but this is for both sides the same. No? Exchanging makes no sense. No?
Yes, but because let us see. Let's say taking on d5. It leads to a situation which is more open. Bishop is coming somewhere, and rooks are connected, and that's exactly a scenario what black wants to have, and to play with extra piece, basically.
Yeah, this knight g4 is extremely strong.
So take on d5 is not good, but what to do at all? Yeah. So okay.
But I'm curious if the clock times are correct.
It is possible.
Really
yes,
it down to 6 minutes. I mean, that's
not enough time. Yes. Okay. Let's say I am now taking a lot of risks. I play g3.
Yeah, if knight e5.
Yes, I don't have big choice. I have to go away. And the problem, of course, that it's hardly the safe position if, again, black would put the bishop on b7.
Either b6 or bishop d7 and rook c8 looks both promising.
So we are not really improved anything, but we are giving opponent a chance to attack us on the diagonal.
Actually, Pavel just made a move, and it is.
Let us see what happened. Yeah? Let us see what happened. White.
Okay, he took on d5.
Did he play it?
Yeah, he took on d5.
He took on d5.
Took on d5. Okay. But.
No, easy game for black.
Very easy game for black. Yes, he will take with pawn, I would guess, and then bring the bishop. And at the moment when pieces started to have contact, black enjoys a huge advantage.
This is true.
And position opens now.
And what happens in Caruana's game? This is also an interesting situation now.
Yes. Did we guess simply the all moves correctly? That was I was toying with the moves. and b5 that happened. It's actually not a sacrifice because black is taking it back and creates a simply dynamic counterplay. So that's something like this. Not too difficult. Maybe we want to hit here in this direction.
Yeah, if he gets the pawn back,
yes.
b5 is gone and d5 and b2 are weak. On the other hand, what can white do? Is knight takes f5 possible? Probably not.
Oh. So your idea is intermediate check, yeah? h6.
Okay, this looks quite good for white.
Can go somewhere, I don't know where, and take on b5.
But this is a very interesting possibility because we talked about the problem of the pin, but this was solving it in a very brutal manner.
But I'm not sure. We have to look if it is better if you take back on f5 with the bishop. Then you can take it. No? And there's another immediate
but still you
check.
have
Yes,
intermediate check.
But then bishop, knight takes f5 is probably the move he's thinking about. No?
True. But that also means that Fabiano probably already saw this option as well, yeah?
It's true.
So maybe the position is simply not that clear, because okay, I don't know where to go. Okay, let's put it somewhere. King takes e1, bishop takes b5, because black has this target for counterplay. What is the material situation? Okay, material situation is good for white, but the concrete situation, because we may lose one pawn. We may lose one pawn, and then material situation changes as acceptable for black. The rook and pawn could be good compensation. Only question is if white pieces are in good position. I'm not so sure, because I would prefer maybe much more controlled position of the pieces.
We'll come back to this one. I think again time could be a factor here as well, with only 15 and a half minutes for Dmitrij, still 18 moves to make. For now, Klaus, let's go, and Artur, let's go to the NFA Cup, and we've mostly focused on the game between Dinara Wagner and Georgis, which is actually over. As I say that, the game has ended in a draw.
Yes.
So let's see how it ended.
No, it was just the two more moves. Honestly, I was suggesting something like rook e8 and knight takes, but Georgios, after some consideration, he found a different operation, attacking the bishop. So probably he just played much more simple way, took on d5, and now the problem of Dinara suggested a draw, I guess, with playing bishop f1. And okay, that looks like...
It was a good moment to suggest a draw, because black has probably to play bishop d5 anyway.
Yes, so it is clever, when to suggest a draw. It's a clever way to do it. Let's do some couple of moves. And yes, so why black should be worried about this type of position? It's okay. So the draw offer came in a good moment, and of course also no special reason for black here to take some risks, and why not? I think he is satisfied with.
And Dinara is also fine with 2.5 out of 3 and the lead in the tournament.
Good start.
Yes, very good start.
Yes, and solid game today.
Absolutely. Let's go check in with Hussein against Artur de Winter.
We have some ending. We have some ending here. let us see how it happened, because we left in this moment where black played knight g4. Here we left our players. It was in check. Okay, black probably wanted to go there anyway with the king, but okay. Now black is forcing exchange of the queens, because b2 was handing, and white simply took another pawn. So what do we have on the material scale? We have knight and 2 pawns against the rook. Opposite
Yeah, but the pawns are connected past pawns. And this knight on g4 is protecting h2, so there's no way for black
to some potential
to do something. Yeah?
So let's see what happened. Rook f8. Okay, rook f8. Makes sense. Hussein plays actively. All very solid moves. King c2. Okay, game continues, as you absolutely correctly pointed, that connected past pawns on this side.
Yeah, I think now white is better. Huh? Imagine there's bishop f1 and bishop c4 and this knight.
Okay, let us. Okay, king c2, black to play. Yeah, so let us try to see what is.
White is very strong on the white squares.
Actually, black played b5.
Sorry?
Black played b5.
Yeah.
b5 I don't understand.
No.
Why? b5 if I do b4? I would try to advocate something like this and bring the rooks here in the position.
But even then bishop e2 will protect the knight.
I know, but then I have then option maybe of exchange sacrifice and maybe
to get away with a draw.
You know me very well.
Yeah, it's not so stupid.
But okay, that's not that the other Arthur is thinking. So definitely he wants to fight. Sorry about my suggesting b5. But I don't see big targets here. But okay, maybe to open the position make also sense here. It could be good as a distraction. So what?
You know what, I would actually suggest that we move away from this game, because I see there is one game that's looking incredibly exciting.
Yes.
And
I expected this game of Ruben Kölner.
Saltaev against
I left
Kölner.
it when black played rook 8 c3, and I said to my listeners, I wouldn't be surprised if white sacrifices a rook now, and that's probably what he did. No?
Yes, let us see. We also saw some position after queen g4, yeah, I think, yeah, or no, a little bit later. We saw this position here, after f takes king g2, and we said a lot of attacking potential here for white. And indeed, it's not clear what black is doing, but very simple play for white. And here you left your fancy.
Unfortunately, yes. Of course, it's now obvious that that white has to do something. Rook e takes
because
e3
black has at last is a threat.
And did he play rook takes h7?
He played rook takes h7,
yes,
of course.
Actually, I wonder if the game is over already. I'm trying to understand, because at the bottom row with the 5 boards, only 2 games are
It
still
looks
going.
over to me, but let us see why. Yeah, it looks like over to me, because what can be done here after knight takes g6? We can maybe check all variations. Let's take this one, and they have beautiful checkmate.
Very beautiful. We did
knight h8.
Made too many games with knight h8.
Checkmate, and again with knight g6, and checkmate. So
what a brutal game.
Brutal game, and if we take, I think rook h6 is simple, yes. simple rook h6, threatening, and checkmate followed.
And again, nothing to be done.
Actually, resignation is the best solution, probably. Yeah?
Sometimes it's the only one.
Only
yes.
way to avoid being
Or
mated.
avoid to be checkmated. If you need to find a way how to avoid the
Yes.
checkmate, and this is one only.
Yes. Let's also quickly check in with Jana Schneider and Alexander Bagration.
Yes, we saw this was a moment of beautiful move knight a6, and we were curious. We wished good luck to Alexander at this moment in finding the response, and that's what he found. He found taking on d4, queen takes d4, knight takes a6. In fact, I think he did quite a reasonable job of making a more rational position out of mess. Yeah? And here, queen b5, check, knight c5. Okay, that was exchange sacrifice. Yes? Knight d2. Knight d2 is a little bit tricky move. Why knight d2? Why not knight c3, for example? Nobody knows yet. But we went to knight d2 because it was played. And now black is thinking, yes?
Well, there were more ways to sacrifice in exchange after knight a6, but all these lines were more or less the same. It would have been really nice for black. Would the stupid pawn be in f7 and not in f6? This is still
spoiler.
Yeah,
Spoiler.
spoils the fun.
But okay, life is not perfect, so we have to take what it is.
Maybe let's quickly, I will ask you both for your opinion on the assessment of this position, and then we're going to move quickly to the A Open to also get closer.
You can't assess it quickly, this position. You are very brutal in your demands here, because black just sacrificed exchange.
Probably black is better, but anyway, the engine will insist that it's a draw anyway.
No, okay, there is a compensation because white is not developed and there is no coordination yet. Yeah? But it can go anyway
Either
in this
way,
game,
yes.
I would say. Yeah?
So let's quickly get, because I know Klaus's audience is waiting for him again in 20 minutes, so let's go to the A Open and see the top
maybe not
three.
even so early, because now probably Ruben Körner will mate and then he will give an interview
Oh
there.
yeah, I think his game, even when we were checking it, was already over, so he will be...
Maybe he's already over with his interview.
This is possible.
So again, usual suspects. Blübaum first. Blübaum first. Material equal. Pawn could be
How did
attacked.
all these pieces come off the board? Maybe we can just
How
very
they come out
quickly.
of the bottom. Blübaum played rook a3, rook b3 here. He thought about king g2. So,
but what? Can you get one move back? He must have played bishop c5. To be honest, I expected rook b3, and I thought this this may be unpleasant for black.
Already here rook b3.
Yes.
That's probably fine difference. Yes, and then rook b1 coming. Okay, that's. But somehow he didn't play it. Okay, maybe rook b5, also putting some stopper.
Yeah,
Okay,
probably this is the reason.
Yes, okay, that's, anyway, it goes to a very, very small advantages, yeah. And here black played a5, and now he plays rook b3. So now the next decision is questionable. Black took. That's actually questionable because you may expect something like b4, yeah? a4 here, if it comes to this. Why not? What other meaning does it have? Okay, maybe he wants to have this position, and white is still.
It looks still unpleasant. I remember a game from the Bundesliga, and I think Karpov was on the white side in this kind of ending against Sweetler, and Sweetler really had to suffer. Yes.
Yes, because
it was a draw anyway, of course.
No, but let us see. It looks like okay, we have something, yeah, because active rook.
Yeah, this is ideal for white.
Yes,
this is a clear advantage. No?
That's what he could have. Yeah.
This is the kind of rook endgame Baganyan got probably 25 times in the German Bundesliga.
Okay, but rook b3 is not solving the problem, yeah? Objectively. Black now played e6, b4 came, okay, very interesting. I could wait with this, but he played it immediately, took, and now we have this position. Huh?
We have a few more moves.
Yes.
Just e4, king d7, and e5.
e4, king d7, e5.
Yeah, it's still drawish, but of course, how is this old Anderson saying? White is clearly slightly better.
Okay, so this game I think will go on for a long time. Matthias will try to find a way to press in the endgame. Let's see Alexander Donchenko on the black side against Gleb Dudin. What's been happening here? We left it off. Dudin had given up a pawn.
Yes, and knight c5. We left on this moment. I thought maybe black would take, but Alexander stick to his plan to putting bishop to d6, which looks actually also very reasonable.
Probably was threatening bishop takes h2, no?
That is true, so let us show maybe this. No, because h3, yes, we need to show it something like this, and we said, okay, maybe even first take, and now bishop takes h2, knight g4, now it is everything nice, yes, and coming something like this, very typical Greek sacrifices. Which
Greek
should
gifts.
Greek present and don't it was
in German you call it Dana Geschenk.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know this. Interesting. Yeah, so this was a big threat, so white took it out of the game.
h3, knight h5, bishop a4. What a move, what is going on? Knight b8. Not an easy chess at all.
A strange setup, to be honest. No?
Yes.
The whole queen side is sleeping.
Yeah, the rook is not playing, and okay, bishop is working, but these two are just so it's not a very clear situation because of these two strange pieces here. Maybe missing power here on the king side. So this makes sense in a way, that white tries to open the position on the king side, but okay.
Well, he also tried to defend against queen g5.
And some threats followed. And bishop d2. It's still extremely complicated game. I don't like the way Alexander played it. Yeah?
Something went wrong. He did.
Yes.
I'm sure he did not want it like this.
Knight b8 looks like the already game went into the wrong direction. So what was here? Okay, he could always take here on c5, for example.
Yeah,
and then to play maybe slightly better position what we were discussing earlier with these two pawns. Okay, still an extra one is an extra.
It's an extra pawn.
Yes, I would not hesitate much actually. But he missed this opportunity and probably missing something here. So somehow, if you have to play knight b8, then we agree that it's not. It's not the game you want young players see. Yeah? They may get some wrong ideas.
Yeah, let's quickly get to the live position of this. Or did we?
Michael Adams was entertaining us with positional pawn sacrifice, and here we came to this position. I think it was not so many moves because Black was taking time, yeah? Taking time, understandably, and came up with the following idea. He said the king should be here to protect maybe, or to c7 to protect.
King c7 and rook b8 is probably his idea.
Yes, or if rook b7, then we attack, yeah? So what White found? No, even bishop c8. Why not? Because bishop a6 would follow, so bishop c8. And now White went back. Okay.
So he has improved the rook to b2.
Very slight.
Improvement.
Yes, but very slow. Maybe something, no, like this is not coming because we have rook handing, so we need to prepare some maneuvers. Let us see what Black played. Bishop d7 back. Okay, he wants to have repetition.
A silent draw.
Silent draw offer.
And he says thanks, but no thanks.
You can't say it to Michael Adams, you can't offer a draw, but this is a way maybe to show that you would be very happy if that would be the result. But what do we have here? We have here extremely strange position.
We have a bunch more moves. We'll just get to the live position so that we can let class go. So after knight a2, rook g8 was played, king h2, king c7, knight c3.
Yeah, I thought this is exactly the reason for knight a2 to prevent king c7.
Yes,
and that's what happened now. No?
Yes.
And
No, I think Michael played fantastically actually the game. We need to maybe to pay more, generally to pay more attention to his performance in this tournament because we can learn a lot of things. Knight a2 is a beautiful maneuver. Yeah? Knight c3, knight b5.
What can he play?
Excellent prophylactic. I don't think that Black has anything to say anymore.
He played knight b4, and we can see that Mickey is thinking.
He played knight b4. Okay.
Yeah, what else? He has to protect b5. No?
Yes, but now you lose material. Yes? You lose material.
Yeah. And as usual, even this prophylactic move, king 8 through, is wonderful to have it already there, the king.
Yeah.
Of course, no. Somehow everything is where it should be. Yeah, and looks like Michael is winning. And
very nice game.
Game over.
Game over here because
cannot defend with this kind of queen on a1.
Yes, we can, let's say, maybe make a couple of moves to illustrate the point. Okay.
That would be a nice way to end the game.
This is true. I can give you an advice if you want to see a perfect game. Look at the game of Rasmus Swane. I'm pretty sure he has everything under control, despite being a pawn down. A wonderful pawn sacrifice.
We will check it out. Klaus, thank you so much for being here with
Thank you
us.
very much.
No
Best
problem.
of luck
Thank
with
you.
the rest of the day, and we're gonna go on a short break, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back, and we're delighted to be joined by a very special guest, Dinara Wagner. Dinara, thank you so much for joining us. Before we talk about today's game, congratulations on a brilliant start. You currently lead the tournament with 2.5 out of 3. Can you maybe just tell us a little bit overall how you're feeling in this early stage of the tournament?
Thank you very much, Fiona. I feel great. I feel like it's a nice tournament, that it started well, and I think that my games are of a good quality, which makes me happy. And in general, I'm very happy with my first round game. I looked at it with strong engine and said that G4 was objectively not so strong, but it felt like the right move to play.
Would you say that game was one of your favorites that you have ever played, maybe?
I wouldn't say so. I would say so far in this tournament, it was one of my favorite, yeah. Second round game was also interesting. It was more or less equal. I had the advantage, but then I somehow lost it a bit, lost the thread. And then it was equal for the most part of the game. And in the end, he lost some time, which also was a nice surprise.
We weren't sure, actually, what happened in the final.
It was already lost for him because I could play d3 in the end and take on e4, then take on c6 at some point. But yeah.
Actually, we were curious, you know, in this moment, I think, when he played knight e1 and offered a trade of knights, and we weren't sure who was playing for what, and I thought when you avoided the trade that you were playing for win.
Yeah, I was trying to play for win because I felt like I still can do some tricks, even though time was pressuring.
Yeah. Very brave decision. I mean, we thought it was very brave to play on, and we've been big fans of how you've been playing so far. And
thank you.
As a matter of fact, congratulations with your result in FIDE Grand Prix.
Thank you very much.
Tournament. You
made
many people happy here in Germany.
It was an amazing tournament for me.
So you are on a row, and we don't want to interrupt this process. But today you were facing a very strong, also very good opponent. Were you surprised with his opening?
Yeah, I was really surprised because he is a King's Indian player. He always plays King's Indian online and in classical chess, so that's what I was preparing for. So when he took DC, I think I saw some of his games, but I didn't pay any attention to it. I was mainly preparing his main lines.
So a very clever preparation from him, but here you still managed to put a pressure, put a very strong pressure on black, and it looks like also computer loves your move a4, hitting the black structure before he maybe takes initiative himself on this side. Yes? But he played b4, and he suggests, the engine suggests the move knight d1.
Yeah, I thought he would play f6 here because he needs to protect from f4, put bishop to f7. Yeah, and I just like knight a2 very much, that's why I did it. But actually I simply blundered b3 move after knight a2.
This intermediate move.
This intermediate move, yeah, that was the reason. I think if I saw it, probably I would play knight d1. Would have played knight d1. Yeah.
Okay, which may be a little bit more pleasant. You have the C line to put the pressure on.
I think it was a critical mistake of the game. Otherwise, like what Georgis told me after the game, that he knew this position up to c6, and he said that the strongest move here is bishop b3, which I already didn't know. I was already out of book.
Bishop b3.
Bishop b3 instead of bishop e3. But that was not an easy move to make. Even though it's it's a good prophylaxis against b5, somehow just didn't come to my mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, bishop e3, in a way more natural move, and you want to also to develop the pieces and to have something on c1.
Yeah,
very
also
understandable.
So. But otherwise, after knight a2, game was not so eventful.
Yes, I think we saw in all this all these games the power of intermediate moves. Yes, so this b3, of course, very beautiful intermediate move. Easy to miss, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, and then and after this, the position is about equal.
It's
yeah?
already about equal. So I thought.
So you decided very
decided,
wisely.
yeah.
With still more rounds to go, and just to concentrate on the next
Exactly.
games.
Okay, so maybe now we can look at some of the live games, get your opinion. By the way, I want to say, Artur, that I made a mistake. I had said earlier that this Kölner-Saltaev game was over. It wasn't over yet, but it has ended in the meanwhile, so maybe we can just check how the game ended.
How it proceeded.
Because it looked, the players were away from the board, it looked crushing, so I assumed it was over, but there were a few more moves.
It is, of course, pity for Mikhail that he is not having happiest tournaments, yes? Happiest tournament. What happened here, he still continued to fight, eh? He went king f7, because we can't take because of rook h6, so king f7, taking. Oh, okay, that's what he found, not to resign immediately. Yes, if you take. So what do we have? Check maybe. Yes, it looks
Do
like
we
a
have a
checkmate.
mate?
It looks like,
bishop
or
g5.
it looks like a checkmate.
Yeah,
Okay.
true. King e8 looked very interesting.
Oh, I think
Is it-
I'm
but
frozen.
it's-
Actually, yes. That's again we have small technical problem, but okay. That's
We're gonna have to go on a very, very quick, just 1 minute break, and we'll be right back. Just enough time to unfreeze the computer. We are back. Our apologies about that. We are still here with Dinara Wagner, and we have some big news. The first game, as you can see on the video over our heads, has ended on the stage, and I think we predicted this one for a little while. Vladimir Kramnik starts the tournament with a black win over Eljanov. Let's see how the game concluded.
Yes, after exchange, as we also expected, black took with pawn to activate the bishop and to bring the rook in the game, and the major problem here is white rook on h1, which we failed to bring it in the game in analysis, and Eljanov was already short on time here. He played g3, trying to do something about it, but basically if black bishop appears on the long diagonal, that looks very critical, so Kramnik finds the way how to quickly bring the bishop to the business immediately. So he goes and he finds the position bishop c6. Yes. So now maybe we can check the b5. What is going on here? White would simply lose the pawn, yeah? And now, okay, not a pleasant perspective for white. So b5 is not possible. White played king g2. Not really feeling better.
Yeah. d4.
d4 is coming. So a very nice example. White still can't coordinate the pieces. He is pinned and actually losing bishop d5, rook b2, because rook was under attack. Activating further, the rook is doing a lot of pressure now.
Yeah, maybe now the idea is to play somewhere knight f3, bishop f3, rook e2.
Oh, very nice, yes, and then to hit on f2.
Then we get this mating ideas.
Yes, and I don't think that white really has any.
Or like here we can even take and play rook c8. Looks like
maybe he wants to give check here. So what was wrong here? Okay, maybe black would simply take. You can see the variation more carefully. What happens if white takes?
But here we can take on f3 and give an intermediate check. After queen f6, knight goes and then taking on. But c6 is also hanging. Sorry.
Some kind of double check. Double check
this
helps. Double check helps because I know that then the king has to run away and then we take. What a nice intermediate check. We continue with our big theme: intermediate checks, intermediate moves. A powerful weapon. So white gave a check here. We see, of course, maybe even in other circumstances, Eljanov would even resign probably in this position because more or less everything is clear here. But he makes some moves which is understandable for us also to see what is going on. It's just everything is so horrible it's so good for black, so nicely coordinated, and so bad for white. In this moment, he decided that's enough because losing the rook at least.
At least the rook and b2 is hanging.
We can make it one or maybe we can make one or two moves here just to illustrate what is going on, and now black takes, so let's say take, and queen takes b2. Yeah, so that is
very nice finish of this game. When I looked at this game, I was wondering whether it will continue as a normal game and somehow they will exchange queens and then the situation that there is no castling would not matter. But it looks like one of those games where white just got under pressure with his king being very unsafe. Cool.
Yeah, very powerful play by Kramnik today. I think it also showed today his superior experience in castling chess. Pavel yesterday told us that it was today his very first game ever. He did some preparation, but he's never played a single game.
Actually, he was warning about such a situation
Yes.
that it may happen, where each move is so difficult, so important, and it's much more difficult to play, in fact. What is your opinion about this form of chess?
Yeah, I have never played it either, and I think it's very interesting. I would actually like to play a tournament like this. I just cannot imagine how the preparation goes. Like, what are the openings? How to elaborate them?
Yes.
What did they say?
They don't give away too much.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm not sure myself. Even if last year we talked to the players, I don't think there was one, let's say, general answer that they all went for. We also saw last year many different openings being played, so I don't think there's a clear answer as to what is best. Let's see Dmitrij
Kollars, how is he doing? He was under pressure, still materially not equal, because he somehow lost a pawn. Okay, but the position maybe closer to the draw, because not so much material.
Yeah, I guess eventually a6 and c7 would change, and then we don't have enough of material to win this game.
Also, for our viewers earlier, we were saying we were a bit worried about Dmitrij's time, but just so you know, at home this is move 38, so they are very close to making the time control, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Should we look how it happened? We had something like this, after yes, we were thinking here after rook b8, we were thinking about knight takes a5.
Yes.
Was not sure what was going on, and probably Dmitrij as well, so he played king c2, and the game continues. Bishop takes, rook d1. Okay. And black found a very strong move. So that's where Dmitrij lost the pawn, in these complications, I think. It looks actually very critical.
Yeah, I mean he's done really well to hold on.
Yes, how he managed to hold this position, we should learn from him, because it looks very, very, very dangerous. But probably also time trouble or
but
time pressure.
Fabiano had time. So
Had time, yeah.
Could we take on h2 instead of bishop e7?
That's a very good question.
Or knight d6 maybe was his idea. Yeah, knight d6,
Yes.
king e6 and back, knight d4.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good. So that's why bishop e7, bishop e7 was played. Although indeed the more natural move would be to break
King
the king,
e6, yeah.
somehow in the game. But okay,
Looks good.
bishop e7 protects d6 as well. Where it goes
a4.
rook h2. Pawn is running. Two more moves. Yes, two more moves. So black is start to be nervous. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't be nervous under such circumstances? That pawn is runs. Yes. Yes. Okay, that's what happened. And now white took on g5. We have this position now. Do we have more moves here?
no, I don't think so. So Dmitrij is thinking right now.
I think there is some
sorry,
repetition happened. Yes, king d4, rook d1, king c4, king, or this is my moves only. I don't know why.
No, sorry.
we
So
have
Fabi has made a move, and that move is
King e5.
King e5. So I have now the correct position.
Yes.
So I have now the correct position. We will be following also these two players closer. Does it mean that we have chance? Not very clear. Rook b7.
Can we now play rook b7?
b7? Preparing. I have the ideas, and king goes to d3, for example, and we attack.
a7.
a7, but pawn is stopped.
And then we can
Now
push
maybe
h5.
we can try. So it is not a draw yet. We thought maybe more pessimistic about black chances, but Caruana found this regrouping check and king e5, and it looks like we are still under pressure, as already for a few moves in this game. Yeah? Maybe the situation was even worse before as it is now.
But at least Dmitrij only needs to make 40th move, and then he would have time to think about this position.
True. So at least time pressure is not so relevant anymore for one move. Yeah,
could it be that we can play something like king b5, king c6 to bring kings there?
Okay, that would be very nice. So let's start to check. Yeah, we start with king b5. So we can even
check king c6.
Go. Because black could be nervous after some time.
Now I can already take on c7.
Take on c7
and then somehow
some position like this arises. Yes.
Rook b7, knight d5, king d7. And there is something like.
Okay, because it's protected. Yeah. Still, we have to defend, and the king maybe went very far. No, it is not over. Yeah, it is not over. Still, some chances for Caruana, although technical job, I'm sure, is extremely difficult. I think we have rook b7. We have a move already in the game, which makes a lot of sense. And the most important, or maybe the best news for Dmitrij, that he made his 40th move, time trouble, and he's still in the game. Yeah?
Let's go and check the A group and see what is happening there. We'll start with this endgame of Matthias, where he's trying to make some progress, but yeah, things have changed a lot here.
Yeah, I saw his position and I couldn't have imagined that it would develop to this one. I mean, they were like bishop on f8, bishop on c5, and what is that?
Everything is gone. Let's go back a few moves, actually.
Yes, where we left, yes. Again, Fiona, I think I have more actual version of the position. Because it developed. Okay, now you also got it the same position. Yeah? Very good. So we come back to move g5. I think this is actually a very good move for black. Yeah? It's somehow difficult to explain such a moves, but it blocks white expansion on the side. Yeah? So it's kind of useful operation for black. Now h6, so it was still under pressure. King came to b7.
I think I never saw in my life this rook ending with such a structure. That's very unique.
Yes, okay, white was probably hoping here to make some progress, yes? And
I guess c4 was the only way, anyway, if you want to
At some moment, yes, white probably should do this. Maybe there is some idea in some second situation to play rook f3 and to hit the king. So that was one consideration. Anyway, black now took on c4, king c4, and still he hopes now to hold this position, and that's how it happened actually. The whole development.
And now he played f5.
Now he made a really spectacular move f5. Was it so necessary? The question.
Because if he goes a3 here, rook f7, king a6, then white has at least rook f3. Oh no, maybe rook.
It's actually also was possible. King
b3.
King b3 stops.
Okay.
So what do we have here? Maybe some activity of black. That's a
very difficult.
Tricky situation.
Not easy for black to go for it.
No,
Not
because we sacrifice material. But,
and
we have
maybe
here
after queen a3 we have to go king b5.
King b5
to activate our king.
Yes. To play for activity, very, very difficult. Okay, computer suggested, but I agree. But f5 is also not an easy move to play. Yeah, so there was like.
Especially, I guess he was already quite low on time at this moment.
I think he was put under the pressure, and maybe not the best solution. Yeah?
Looks like he still is, because we didn't reach move 40, right?
Let's try to catch up. So, we've had one more move here. King c7 was played by black.
Now
No, this is actually almost study-like idea. That's probably what was missed, because maybe he thought, I can play this move here, but then check, yeah? Again, intermediate check. And the big point here that you can't promote, because white is winning after f7. Yeah?
Very nice.
So that is a trick, and I don't think that king c7 was a plan. I think a2 was a plan, and he probably forgot about this check, which changes the situation unfavorably for black. So again, intermediate check. So our theme. Our theme
continues.
Now Matthias is choosing between f7 and rook d1.
Yes. So let us see the kind of easier move. And now rook d1, and now rook f8.
Rook
yes,
f8.
rook f8.
Rook a1, rook f7, rook a2. So what is it now?
Already nice to be up a pawn after the...
Rook f4, rook f3. King back, rook f3.
Rook f3 or king b7, and preventing quite the rook activating, because rook f3 maybe
king d4.
King d4.
We have a message in the chat on Twitch by the Big Greek Shach. Please let dear Dinara out of the stream. I would like to shoot a video with her.
Yes, we agreed to make a video together.
10 more minutes of your patience, dear Georgios, and we will let her go.
f7 was played actually, so we are getting the position what we had just discussed. Good chances for Matthias to convert the pawn, but it was actually a very heroic defense of his opponent, but just close to the time control and maybe in time trouble here, probably made the wrong decision.
By the way, we had a result on board 3 where Mickey Adams has won his game against Tim Janzelj, one of the
That's what we thought.
Nice games today that we saw.
What he will win, and it's actually continued. If I'm correct, it continued the way we thought it would be after the move knight b1. Yeah, so took, and rook a8. That's only difference, and here bishop a6, one material, and basically the game is over. Red was bringing the reserves, and black resigns.
Very nice game by Mickey.
A brilliant game. We had such a fantastic move here, h4. That was a very deep move. Like in this position, Mickey played the move h4.
Oh.
Not taking anything. Very difficult move. Put a lot of problems.
Which opening was it?
It was French
yeah.
defense, advanced variation. Very nice game. It was sacrificing the pawn, but having good structure here and played very, very impressively.
So let's check in with Alexander Donchenko against Gleb Dudin. Here we are 3 moves away. Well, 4 moves for Donchenko to make, 3 moves for Dudin, who is playing on increment.
Something happened. The worst is over for Donchenko because he was his knight on b8.
When I was playing, I looked at his position and it looked already lost back then, or maybe close to lost.
Very dangerous in any case. Let us see how it happened here. I think, yes, that was very strange situation.
How he managed to protect? He played knight b8. This I didn't see because I saw after bishop a4 couldn't find a way to protect the pawn on c6.
And then he found the move knight b8. But we were not very optimistic about this position, but somehow he managed to consolidate here. And look, what is going on?
Still looks very dangerous for black.
Looks very dangerous. We just mentioned this possibility, but probably we just bring some moves. Maybe knight c3 was missing some chances. Anyway, black managed here to consolidate. G4 is coming a little bit late. I'm sorry, I want to come just to see. Because here, if bishop b4 we take, so what is the move? Yeah,
bishop c5, and now bishop e4.
Bishop b4. Yes. Okay. So that was probably a kind of better alternative also for white, but to have this type of position. But it was not easy to make such a thing. So Gleb Dudin played.
Looks like a positionally very interesting game.
Very interesting game.
So many structure changes and also not a typical structure at all.
And maybe everything develops in time trouble, and Alexander got. I'm still curious how. Okay, that's a nice. Looks like a very nice maneuver. At least this rook is going out.
Finally.
Finally, and bishop helps, because you cannot exchange on b1 or cannot put anything. That was probably a decisive moment, to have maybe bishop b5 if necessary. Rook b7 is out. Okay. So one bad piece is exchanged, and here.
And so knight can also go out.
Knight is going out, second. Maybe this is a way to play chess. You shouldn't put everything in the perfect position, but have some pieces which you can always later develop. Yes. It's a new way to play chess game by Alexander.
Alexander now dropped the bishop back to b5.
Now bishop b5 happened, yes? Now let us.
But I think we're gonna have a change of guards here in the studio. We are
Sure,
going
sure.
to thank Dinara so much for her time. And we're going to go on a short break, but you shouldn't go away because we are going to be joined by none other than Vladimir Kramnik. So stay tuned. Dinara, thank you so much once again for your time.
Thank
and
you very
best
much,
of luck
too.
for
Thank
the
you.
rest of the event.
Good luck for the tournament.
Thank you, Arthur.
Welcome back, and we are delighted now to be joined by Vladimir Kramnik. Vladimir, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
It couldn't have started much better than it did.
Yeah, that's true. And as I've mentioned already, it was probably something is wrong with my chess, because it's my first classical chess win in 4 years, in more than 4 years. So yeah, it's my first ever no castle classical chess win also. So yeah, it's a day to remember.
Last year was, I'm sure, a big disappointment for you. You were here, but you were not able to play due to sickness. And this year, how did it feel to sit down at the board and, play in this event in a format that you enjoy so much?
Well, it felt unusual. It felt kind of unusual because first of all, I don't really play at all now. It's different story on the internet. I play a bit, but it's not the same. And here it's classical chess, and I have played only 2 years ago a match with Vichy here. 2 years is quite some time, so I felt a bit like, a little lost a little bit but then you get used to it, and somehow the game became interesting, and I felt like I'm in the game. I'm not sure how good was my play, but I mean, at least I felt like I'm, this feeling, because you forget it, playing classical chess on the stage, but probably I've played so much of this that it gets back quickly, and you feel like you're playing normal, as if, I'm a professional chess player still, and so on, so yeah.
Well, I think we're going to jump into the game, because your play looked very powerful, and as you mentioned to us off air already, you quickly got a nice feeling about your position. Yes,
I think Pavel, he decided to make this setup to avoid all these tons of theory. I'm joking, of course, but there is a bit of theory already, since it's a third no castle chess tournament. So, but knight f3, e3, yes, or e3 first, knight f3. But Pavel told me that he had analyzed a bit this setup, so he had. I didn't. I mean, I just know that c5, e6, and it's normal position, and that's it. Yeah. So that's what I played: e6, b3. c5, I thought it's bishop b2, knight c6, and it's equal complicated position, and that was the end of my preparation. So here knight d2, the idea is that if normally black takes on d4 in such positions and plays bishop d6, and then it's very typical situation, bishop d3, a3, but I think in this situation it's probably in white's favor that both sides cannot castle. So I decided to play h5. h5 is like e4, knight f3. It's like a standard useful move. Yeah. So I decided, okay. I mean, I don't want to develop my bishop yet, because then d takes c5. So I want to wait. Yeah, for the moment, and then what is the most logical waiting move? Of course, h5. Yeah, this is.
But that's already no castling move.
No castle. Yeah, but I noticed that. It's like like h6 or a6 in regular chess. Yeah, h5 is like, why not? I'm not sure if h4 is the best move, because I'm not sure if I really want to play h4 here. Let's say if white would have just gone a3 here, I don't know if h4 is what I want. I was not sure during the game, because then this typical plan rook g1, g4 can come at some point. Yeah, this typical in the sense that Vichy is played against me. This, and actually this plan, something like and then g3 or g4. Yeah. At least I couldn't cope with it in that game. So it's not so clear. There are a lot of patterns which still to be discovered in this chess. For instance, the thing is h5 is for sure useful. h4, I'm not yet sure if it's a good move or not. Maybe it's okay. Yeah, I don't know what I would play. I just played h5. h4 is a typical reaction, but here I thought that, yeah, maybe it makes sense. It's a bit strange maneuver, but actually this knight on g4, I noticed it's pretty annoying for white. So I decided to play very original, yeah, take on d4 and cd4, e4, knight g4.
We were curious, actually. Is this an idea that you knew from before? I mean, you said your preparation had ended.
No,
but
not
is
this.
it something you came up with over the board?
No, it was a board, yeah. Because no, but one thing which is, I think Pavel, he has still trouble with it because he plays only classical chess, and then I think that you need a little bit like a lot of strange patterns can be interesting. Of course, if both sides would be able to castle, then it would be a very strange way of playing. But you know, and then I think that my opponent was a bit of a victim of this. He plays too much classical chess, yeah, and I already forgot all the patterns of classical chess. So for me, it was like, and no, but seriously, I kind of realized when a bit preparing, checking, but you know how preparation goes for no castle chess. It's more like you just check a bit moves and you see how computer plays, yeah. I mean, you try, and I noticed pretty much that computer very often makes very strange, very original ideas, and actually they're quite okay. I mean, and so I decided, well, why not? It's original, it's strange, maybe not too bad. I'm not sure it's because I also a3. I don't like a3. I think bishop d3. It's a bit of a again standard move, very typical, but bishop d3 or bishop e2 also. Actually, I'm not sure if here in this particular position, the bishop is not better on e2 than on d3. And then then I wanted to do something. I don't remember. Maybe still I would go queen f6. Maybe.
But then
just to
definitely better for white. Better version for white. Yeah?
I was also not sure if I play just like bishop e7 or something, because I have a plan of, let's say, f6, king f7 is one plan instead of queen f6 also. Yeah, I can do bishop d6, let's say bishop e2. No, I mean bishop e2 now white. Yeah, I can play bishop d6, maybe then followed by f6, king f7, maybe something like that. Hard to say. It's, you know, it's no castle chess, very difficult to understand what is the best way of playing. But I think a3. Actually, I'm not sure if queen f6 is the best move here. I just liked it because it looks so strange that I liked this idea. But once I played it, I mean, I realized that probably white must play b4 here, and because I'm actually kind of threatening bishop c5. I think b4 was a good move. Stopping bishop c5 actually, and then next c4 already. And I don't know how to assess this position. Let's say bishop d6, maybe c4, and let's say king f8. I was thinking, for instance, c5, bishop f4. I don't know what is this position, because black wants maybe e5 at some point. I mean, black can get dangerous initiative, but strategically white also has pluses. Yeah? So it's a very, very original, strange position. So okay, but I think before was really necessary. In any case, if not before, then already, which Pavel noticed actually, yeah, that he told me bishop e2 was a better move. Yeah, probably bishop is better on e2 than on d3 here. Because I can still play bishop c5 and I think I'm fine, but at least it's better with bishop on e2. But maybe I can try to play e5 in such positions. This is the question. It's a little committing, but d5, knight c5. I mean, of course, if normally white would have just castled and be better, but here not. So it's, yeah, I think it's okay for black. Bishop d6 is a normal move, then c4. It's complicated position. I don't know how to assess it. But after bishop d3, bishop c5 is, I think now black is maybe already better.
Did Pavel forget about it, or did he underestimate
No, Pavel,
it?
he told me that he actually thought that after takes and c4 he would have enough play. But again, I think it was problem of this pattern, yeah, because usually it's true in classical chess you just castle in this place and you have terrible initiative, yeah. So that is a problem that it's not easy to adjust. And actually the fact that white cannot castle, it totally changes the assessment of the position, because DC queen b2, if white could castle, okay, just plus minus, much better for white, but he cannot. And maybe c3 was the move, but my plan was bishop b6, and I'm kind of trying to push e5.
Yes, it looks very good for black.
But it's difficult. Also, I started to think over the board queen e2. Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very complicated game, this no castle chess. Still difficult to assess. For instance, king d8, I thought maybe, just to have rook e8. Of course, king f8 is safer, but let's say king d8. And now maybe a move like knight g5 or rook h3. I don't know what is the position. e5, rook h3, for instance. Yeah, it's such a mess. Yeah, because now white also has his counterattack. Yeah, I mean, like ed4, rook f3, rook e8, maybe. I don't know what is all this. Yeah, it's a typical no castle chess. Yeah. Maybe ed4, rook f3, rook e8, knight f7, check, king c7. I don't know, or something. Yeah. No, king c7. No, sorry, queen knight f7. Queen f7, rook f7, dc3, dc3 maybe. and here we go, bishop c3, bishop f2. I don't
We have, of course, a lot of fun.
We have a lot of fun. Some knight e5. Yeah, I mean it's. But I think that c3 was still not so clear. I like black. I think black is doing well here. Should be doing well, but it's still not that totally clear. Maybe. Maybe king f8 is a bit safer, is more, yes, but then my rook doesn't get to e8.
Okay, bishop d7, rook e8, you can even play slowly, maybe.
Maybe, but white has this rook h3, knight g5 ideas, yeah? I mean, that is...
that's the big point.
Yeah, that's the point, yeah, that there is always counterplay, but maybe king f8, rook h3, I have e5, already knight g5, I have e4, something. Even some sacrifice, bishop takes e4, and who knows what is this position? Yeah, it just.
If you play e5.
I mean, here I'm a bit concerned about the spin. Yeah, a little bit. Maybe it works also, but not 100%. But even move like c4, I would consider. Yeah. I mean, no, it's
tricky business.
Yeah, very tricky. No, I think king f8 would be solid. Yeah, king f8 is very solid here. But say rook h3 or knight g5, I don't know, rook h3 is very principled, e5, and now it's getting very tricky, knight g5 maybe. Maybe I can take on f2, like queen f2. I don't know what is this position if I play. I mean, e4, maybe you'll sacrifice on e4.
So it's hangs, yeah?
Yeah, queen f2, let's say, yeah. Queen f2, knight f2. King f2, bishop h3, gh3, and now ed4, rook e8 or something. Yeah. Then rook h6 comes, probably should be okay.
Anyway, it looks okay for black.
Yeah, it should be okay for black. Maybe even f6, I have the move instead. Yeah. So, but it's very tricky. But I think dc5. Yeah, I actually was a bit surprised because I think black is just better after the dc5 move. That should have been played probably instead. And dc5, queen b2. Yeah, now with b4, I think a5 is extremely annoying. I mean, b4 would be a way to proceed. Of course, black has some options, but before a5, rook b1, I was calculating, because then it's very easy to lose the pawn, simply c5 pawn. Rook b1, queen c3, I thought maybe I can take on a3, but I don't want, it's too tricky. But queen c3 is very unpleasant. Rook b3, queen f6. And okay, I'm threatening to take on b4 and then a lines, and if b5, knight d5, knight d4, sorry, yeah, it's rook is hanging and it doesn't look good for, I think, I was even thinking rook b1 here. Even black has many ways to play, I guess e5 is not bad, but even bishop d7, rook c8, and just simply collecting the pawn, yeah. I mean, yeah, I think it's already better for black, this position. So, c4, and now, yeah, maybe I think I found a good move, king e7, that's what I felt. It didn't immediately cross my mind, but once I saw it, I thought, okay, this should be a good move. Even though I like queen c3 also, I also thought it was, but king e7, it's very difficult. Yeah, queen c3 maybe is also good, that's what I felt.
mention it, but king e7 is like no castle chess. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the ultimate no castle.
No,
In the spirit of the game.
Yes, no, my second option was because I want to get my rook out, so instead of king e7, rook h6, just to prepare for cd that rook gets to f6. But then when I saw king e7, it looks, I actually don't know what white should do here, because queen c1, I don't see what else. I mean, actually my queen on b2 is very annoying, so queen c1 is logical. And
Fiona were suggesting king e2.
King e2, no, it's not, but knight d4 check is a problem. No, otherwise king e2 would have been, I was thinking, but knight d4 check, it's like everything
Only concrete.
No, of course, but no, I mean, queen c1, actually, strangely enough, queen on b2 is very powerful, so you need to get rid of it. Queen c1, now of course even if I take on c1 I have very nice position, but okay, my king is safer, so queen f6. And maybe rook, king f1, I think it's a good move. Rook d8, and maybe c takes d5 should have been played here. I think it was maybe the last chance almost. Because if I take with rook, then knight e4, that's not that clear. So I wanted to take with pawn and g3, so just to play in the similar fashion, but quicker. No, I mean, position is, of course, not rosy for white, but still, knight e5, knight c5, bishop e2. Still, I couldn't see immediate, how to proceed. I mean, black should be better, definitely, but there is no straightforward way. I was even considering, it was like king f8, it's just quite interesting, what king g2, and now knight takes f2. I mean, I don't think it works, but it's kind of interesting. King f2, knight g4 check, just to attack on rook e8, just to continue the attack, but I'm not quite sure. Let's say king g2, and just rook e8, bishop f5, just to, because white is really like stuck here. Or maybe bishop f5 even first, just like as if nothing is happening. King g2, bishop f5. Black has quite, bishop e4 and so on. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm sure even that computer is laughing at it, but it kind of makes maybe some sense. But of course, since black should be better, I wouldn't probably do it. I was calculating king f8, let's say, instead, just some healthy. I mean, this was critical, cd5, ed5, g3, I believe. I think black is better, but it's not too bad, still. Because rook a2 makes sense only if after king f8, I thought queen e1, that was the idea. Because rook a2 followed by cd, it's almost like losing a tempi. So I thought the idea of rook a2 was to not to take on d5 anymore. So king f8, queen e1, but Pavel was very afraid of queen c3, which I wanted to play. I think king f8 is a good move here.
It is a good move, yes. Only I wanted also to ask about b6.
Also interesting. Option. I just thought like king g1. I just didn't want to open up my king, kind of. But of course, it's also a good move. I mean, I just wanted to be safe. King f8. So queen e1. That is critical because now white wants knight g5, and that's important. And rook h3, starts to get out, but queen c3, this is very annoying. And Pavel told me that once he saw it, he missed this queen c3 and he didn't like. It's actually true. White is extremely discoordinated. It's very difficult to coordinate pieces. So I was thinking about bishop c2 now move, because if bishop b1, then dc4, and the problem is that b3 is hanging. And after rook c2, queen d3, this queen b3 simply. And if queen rook c2, there is check on d3. So I think it's quite bad for white. So bishop c2 maybe after queen c3 instead. But then, then it's very bad coordination of I mean, white wants to play rook h3, somehow. I was not sure if still, first of all, dc4 looks not bad. Doesn't look bad also. Or, I mean, knight c4 and queen e1, you have to take with a king, I think, on e1. And I was thinking here about some like, I mean, again, the rook is out of place, like e5. I mean, black has very big initiative, but it's maybe knight d6, maybe not that bad. So my plan was after bishop c2, maybe to play e5, maybe. I was not sure if maybe e5 is a good move. Because it's probably not in time with rook h3, and after cd5, rook d5, very bad coordination of white's pieces. It doesn't look good. I mean, this.
So no time for rook h3 and.
Yeah, because I guess I have some knight f2 always or something. Yeah, because the rook is hanging. Yeah, I mean, even I can take on c5 probably. I don't
also.
know. Yeah, I mean, there's not so many threats here. So I believe, yeah, white has very bad. Queen c3 is very important move. And then otherwise, yeah, maybe king g1 was a better choice, but king g1 I wanted, yeah, instead of cd5. King g1 actually maybe even d takes c4 here is very strong. I was dc4 simply.
But where he's going?
He's going like knight f1, knight f1, and then knight g5, something like. It's of course it's good. It's quite much better for black in many ways, but maybe dc4 is actually very direct. Yeah, d takes c4. And then knight e4, I thought. And now even queen h6 looks very strong. Because there is a first rank issue.
Yes.
If queen c4, knight e5 wins, so you have to take on h6, maybe even gh6. Yes, bishop takes c4, rook d1 check, bishop f1, and now it looks very bad. Yeah, b6 or e5, I was thinking. It looks bad because, or even e5, knight g3, bishop e6, it should be really bad because the rook is not getting out from h1. Yes, I mean, I thought that was maybe the most like practical way of playing. So yeah, so finally cd5, but Pavel was already getting into time trouble. But cd5, e5, yeah, this is just lost. Yeah, I mean, because it's very direct. g3, let's say knight e5, yeah, and then bishop d7 is important. I mean, yeah, and then bishop gets to the diagonal. I mean, Artur, you know it very well. You played French, you know this bishop c6 and pawn on d4. You know this maneuver, and now it's just over. Yeah, and on top of everything, after b4, bishop c6. I mean, b5 it doesn't work because bishop takes b5. Yeah, bishop b5, knight f3. So cannot even manage b5. And then, yeah, then of course once black manages d4, white is totally paralyzed. It's just a matter of, of choice how you decide to win this position. But it's totally lost for white already.
Yes, it looks like absolute domination of black.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there are forced ways to win somehow, but I didn't. I mean, yeah, I didn't want to bother because it's just so completely winning. I just decided to take the pawn, rook c1, and now first I wanted to play rook c1, rook c8 was kind of yes. Queen takes d4. That was a funny variation. Knight takes f3. Rook d8 is also winning. Yeah. The thing is that. I thought maybe after king, of course this is, and I thought king h3, this variation I was calculating, gf6, rook e1, knight takes f2 check, king h2, knight d3, yeah, winning. But then I realized after king h3 there is a better way to play for black.
Yes.
Yeah, that I didn't see over the board. Yeah, that would be a nice way to finish the game. Yeah, but this I missed. But of course, black is totally winning in many ways. Yeah. So and
yes,
if king, so this is just winning. Yeah.
You would find it in the game.
No, but I also what I also actually saw rook a8 is winning on the spot. It's even
clear,
even simpler maybe. Yeah, because anyway queen f4. And now knight takes f3. I mean, it's the same because b2 is hanging. Knight, queen takes f6, and you have same position, but even with a rook.
Yes.
So that would be good enough. Yeah, with
more perfect way to play.
Yeah. So it's that is completely winning, of course.
So very nice game we just saw. Vladimir, I wanted to ask you one more question about your preparation. You already said that one of the ways you prepared is just by looking at with the engine, see how the engine plays in certain variations and getting some ideas. How much time did you spend preparing for this tournaments, and if people at home, are interested, how do you suggest they approach castling chess?
You want honest answer? Or
Of course.
No, I was preparing a bit for my match with Vichy, because it was the first time and so on. Now, what was I was very busy. I'm not professional chess player. I had many other things to do. I was extremely busy lately, so I always wanted to find a bit of time last week to start prepare a bit for the tournament. I didn't manage, but at least I know that I had my notes from 2 years ago. At least I still kept some notes. Actually, I lost half of it, but at least I found some of those notes, because I remember very well that I was looking at some line, but it's not there, okay? But frankly, my preparation started 1.5 hours before the game. So and it was for 1 hour. I was just refreshing the notes. I mean, I was just looking, like I had certain repertoire what I wanted to play against Vichy with black, and that I just was repeating just to that was so it started 1:30. I'm not lying. It's absolutely.
Oh, we believe you. Do you know who you're playing tomorrow?
No.
Well, it's probably one of the two guys. I don't know.
I guess it was, the choice is 50%. Yeah, it's like 50-50. I have a choice. But I will check. I mean, for the tomorrow's game, in any case, maybe I'll prepare a bit more, because yesterday I had a birthday and, okay, I was a bit too tired. I didn't want to, but today I have an evening. I will make some kind of incredible 3 hours preparation for the game.
Can I quickly ask you?
I also wanted to ask a question, actually the same as I asked Eljanov. What is for you main difficulties of this no-castling chess, or main difference?
No, it's very, I mean, it's much more difficult to play it, obviously, much more difficult, and that's what I like. I mean, because the problem is that all the patterns, I mean, you cannot assess the position. It's I mean, that you don't know if what you are doing is good or not good, and it's very difficult to assess, because otherwise in classical chess you have a lot of patterns. Yeah, you learn a lot. You know that this type of position is good. Here you have a good initiative. Here you are for sure not worse. In this chess, it's like you have no idea. I mean, because you play, you think that I thought after queen f6, I should have maybe computer, but I always know maybe computer says that white is just +1 already. I mean, it's also possible. Yeah, so that is the most difficult, that you are in, you are like blind. Yeah, when you play, you try to. To find ideas. You try to get a certain idea of what is the position all about, but frankly, you are never sure. When in classical, in normal classical chess, you're kind of sure about the assessment of the play. Here, I mean, I was totally sure only after already I played king e7, rook d8. It was for me, for sure, black is better. But before that, I had no idea. Yeah, so that is, and also I think another difficult point is to get rid of your classical patterns, of your classical chess. I think Pavel had a problem with it today. So all these moves he was making, they were completely correct. If you play classical chess, if you can castle, so that I guess takes time, and at some point when I played Vichy, after a couple of games in the match, closer to the end of the match, I started already to understand that those patterns. I mean, it's you get used to it. You get used to it. Okay, forget it. Just h5 knight g4 might be a very decent way of playing. Yeah, so that is also quite difficult. But I think it's good. I mean, that's why I like it, because you have to think. It's a real intellectual battle. Yeah, I mean, from early on, even top grandmasters, we don't know what is going on the board. We don't know what is the best plan. We don't know where to put our king, stay in the center, maybe run away. We don't know anything. Yeah, so then it's like purely, you really like come back to the 17th century and you play chess, and that's something
nice feeling.
Nice feeling especially for me, who doesn't play chess, who doesn't study theory much. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
I looked up here the pairings. Meanwhile, you actually start with a double black. You'll be black against Dmitrij Kollars tomorrow. couple of questions. First of all, maybe we can just take 1 second a look at this endgame that Dmitrij is playing against Fabiano right now. And
who is to play?
it is black to play.
Ah, black. If black, yeah, it should be winning, I guess, but not 100% sure. Yeah, I think Artur, he saved so many endgames 2 pawns down. I mean, I'm not sure if it's winning. Yeah.
So the rook is.
I mean, let's say
I don't
check.
want to switch on computer.
No, I don't
So
want. Yeah, but let's say check. No, I
check
would check first. Yeah, maybe. Okay, whatever. King c3 or d3. I guess the idea is that now, if you take rook h6 comes, yeah.
Yes, probably.
And rook d7, king d4, and maybe it's like a kind of fortress. How do you progress with white? Where I keep my rook on the 6th rank. King d4, and I stay. Yeah, king f4, rook g6, king f5, rook h6. How do you win?
How to make a progress?
I mean, you can put king on f5 and white to move.
Yes.
Ah, that is a problem. Yeah,
yes, but
and then
I'm making a little progress. Yeah.
It's maybe at Zugzwang, yeah. But still, I'm not so sure. Let's say another plan is rook h8, rook c8, yeah, to force c5 and put king on d5.
Yeah,
that's another plan.
Very,
let's say king f4, maybe even check first to cut the king. I don't know, king g5, rook f8.
Rook f8.
Not so sure that it's winning, yeah, for black, because.
Yes, it's still a lot of
yeah, it's
to
very
discuss,
very
yes.
a lot to discuss. Yeah, it's not easy at all to win it.
It may be blockaded and maybe blockaded good.
Yeah, I mean it's really like we need to switch on the engine. I guess it will tell if it's mate in 70 moves or it's 0-0. But yeah, I mean at least I'm not good enough.
That's what's going on. No, but also he needs maybe to have table basis. I'm not sure if it.
But anyway, I mean, I think that frankly, my feeling that it's. Yeah, I don't know why he didn't check first, but okay, maybe because it gave a certain tempo. Maybe rook d7. Maybe he wants to go to e2, from that side. But I can cut like rook e6. Yeah.
So it would be actually the same position.
Or maybe, because maybe rook d7, rook h8. Let's say if rook d7, I don't see what else than rook d7.
Or rook e6, yeah.
Or rook h8 because king is anyway. Yeah, king e2.
Because king e2 you can also give check. Yeah.
King e2, yeah. Or I'm not sure if because you cut the king. Yeah, I'm not sure if the king is really should go to e2. I mean rook h2 check, king cuts on the first rank. Not sure, yeah, because you just stay rook g2, rook h2. Once rook goes, rook g6.
But the other position, that's what we
this
looked
rook c8, yeah.
For example.
c5 check has to be played. King d5. To me, looks like a draw, yeah. Because even after king f6, king f4, yeah, you can cut, yeah, probably rook e8. I think it's just a draw, yeah.
Nice. I don't see an idea.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you just take king f3, then try and but the king c6 even possible. Yeah, just starting taking the pawns. Yeah.
Forcing.
No, it's a draw here, probably.
So we are looked without any table basis, and it looks like a draw still. Yeah, that's because black is lacking the coordination.
Yeah, of course, normally it's winning if black has rook d7, king c7, yeah, but here...
I switched on the engine, and obviously it's not armed with table basis, so he's not coming to conclusion. He simply says black is a little bit better.
No, it means for sure it's a draw. If it says only little better with 2 pawns up, then 100% it's a
-1 something.
Yeah, but that's for sure, because normally it would say +5 or
with
something.
Two
so it probably
pawns,
means it's a draw. Yeah. But even common sense here tells that, I don't really see, even actually, I don't see too many chances for black here. Maybe rook d7, and once my rook goes to 8th rank,
to play d5 or whatever, yeah? But it's a second idea.
Yeah.
Or maybe here to go king e2.
Here king e2, yeah.
So
but still,
No, but we thought about rook e6.
Yeah,
actually,
rook e6 is possible to cut. Yeah, simply. Yeah, that's maybe more logical.
Maybe to put rook on g8.
Yeah, that was my rook to d8, rook e7. I would probably do. And then trying at least black can try rook c8, d5. Yeah, he can manage to put rook on c8, pawn on d5. Even though I don't see how to win it. Still. I mean, let's say rook d7, for instance, d5, rook e7 or something. Or maybe then c pawn will go or not. Maybe the c pawn will promote. Yeah, but I would actually immediately go to the, probably to the 8th rank. I wouldn't mind about this king getting to e2. Yeah, probably like rook d7, rook h8.
Immediately.
Yeah, just not to.
And because if rook king e2, we may check, yeah?
Oh, rook c8, you mean like, yeah, here actually check. I don't know if king is cut on the first rank. Doesn't
if it
look
offer
very,
any
first of
chance,
all, yeah, with this king on e1, I'm not quite sure.
Anyway,
you can also play rook h6 back and then check again if the king goes.
Yes,
because if king d3, if king d1, then king d3 probably. I don't know. It must be a draw, but maybe there's still tricks here. Yeah. Maybe it's still like there is a way for white to go wrong.
Or for black with this rook d8. Rook d8 has some potential. Yeah, some potential. Because it's puts the rook in a better position, and if you manage somehow to push the d pawn maybe and to do it in a right way, not to be cut too far, whatever. Some chances still there. Very interesting endgame is going on there.
Yeah.
Vladimir, we really appreciate your time. I have one final question for you. Speaking of Dmitrij Kollars, who last year replaced you in the tournament at the last minute, went on to win it. What did you make of his play last year, especially considering he was playing for the first time?
Yeah, I think he played well actually, and even today also. Okay, Fabiano Caruana is a fantastic player, and well, I mean, of course he's still fighting for a draw, but it's a long game, and he manages to hold pretty well against best players in the world. So I guess, I mean, you see, I'm not really following so much chess lately, but I guess he has good prospects, yeah, to be a really strong, I mean, top player, yeah, because I see last year I was quite impressed because he actually deservedly won the tournament, and let's see, I'm going to play with him next round, yeah, as you told me, with black again, so yeah, let's see if I can manage to hold, would be good. But yeah, he's a very serious opponent for sure, no doubt about it.
Well, we will be following that game with a lot of interest. Congratulations again on your victory today. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck for tomorrow.
Good luck in the
Thank you.
tournament.
And we're going to go on a quick break, and we'll catch you with the rest of the action soon. Hello and welcome back to a very exciting third day here in Dortmund. Aito, it was such a pleasure having Vladimir Kramnik with us for almost an hour.
Yes, I think it was a classical no-castle game. Last year, Dmitrij was performing one or two of such a classical games, but to see Kramnik with this h5, knight g4, queen f6, bishop c5, that was very special.
Really beautiful ideas.
So far, maybe it was the best no-castling game I saw.
Yes.
Excellent effort, beautiful game. And the other game is still going on, and we see two big fighters.
Yeah, a lot has happened there. The developments are coming very fast.
Yes, we see, I think, you have more moves.
A lot more moves.
Lot more moves. So probably you should simply update me from this position if you don't mind.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, just
after
tell me the
c5,
moves. After c5,
king d5, rook c8, king takes d6, c4.
king takes d6 looks like not necessary move. Alternative would be to keep blockade with king c4.
Yeah.
And so
because suddenly.
Yeah, so that it may turn out.
I said it so casually. King takes d6, but
yes, but the pawn is running.
Yeah.
So what happened now? King d7.
King d7, rook a8.
Okay.
And king d6 back, but suddenly.
But
it's a very different story.
No, but pawn is running. Give check, yeah. Rook d8. Or it is position.
Fabiano actually pushed a pawn immediately. He played c3.
But maybe he calculated this also till the win.
He must have calculated. He has 20 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and how to stop it? If you play, then check. Also, this is a very simple position.
Yes, and just bring the king, yeah.
It looks like
heartbreak for
he's
Dmitry.
confident. Confident that he is winning. We see body language absolutely 100% confidence now, and Dmitry probably will resign.
Yeah, I mean it's really a pity for Dmitry, who had done such a great defensive job, and sort of at the last hurdle.
Not very clear for me what really happened. Maybe some tiredness, or he just missed this intermediate check, maybe. So let us see what happened. Now actually it was a move, rook c3, yeah, c3, rook c7. We set rook d8, and that's intermediate move. Okay, the problem here after rook d8, if king c5, black probably simply goes with king. And that maybe that was what he missed. And if rook c3, then rook b8.
Yeah, I think it's enough to look at the video. I think we might see a resignation. It's very clear from the body language of the players. Fabi knows he is winning, and Dmitry also knows.
Yes, he gave check. Yes, I think he played rook d8. Yes, I think that's what happened. That he just missed this variation that king can join the party on d2, and they just got the score sheets. But I am sure
they won't be needed.
Yes. King e3 is not a big difference comparing to king e2, because king is actually coming to d2.
And there it is. I think king d2, and we'll see a resignation here. It's very tough to look at Dmitry, who's clearly
very upset.
Very disappointed.
I think very upset. He clearly miscalculated at the end, thinking that he can make a draw by forcing the matters. Actually, he had the chances after king c4 to hold the position. It was probably even draw, even technically draw.
Yeah, and now in this final position after
No,
Actually, my
actually
board
it,
isn't refreshing any longer. I think that is going to be that. We will wait here.
Yes, we will
for
wait.
the game to be
maybe
over, and there it
yes,
is.
the resignation of Dmitrij Kollars. A pity because he was defending so well, but you can't make a mistake against Caruana. You need to be on a level for many hours, and just one miscalculation at the end decided the game.
Yeah, tough loss for Dmitrij, who put up such great resistance and one slip in the end. And I think it's really just this one detail probably that he missed in the end.
Unfortunately, we can't tell details about these endings while we don't have an access to table bases with 6 pieces or whatever. And that what is necessary to, of course, to be absolutely sure what was going on.
But it looks like, I mean, between your expertise and Vladimir's and also what we saw from the engines, at least at some point, I think, especially after the c5 was played by Fabiano.
So it could be draw,
It
could be draw, but it is kind
Not
of
easy,
much more
of
tricky
course,
than because nobody knows. It's not a clear structure which was analyzed in the books. No, table bases. They know. They can tell everything about it.
If one of you has the table bases, if you're looking at the game, do let us know in the chat, either on Twitch or on YouTube. For now, let's go back to the Open. We haven't seen those games in a really long time. We'll start with board 1, Matthias Blübaum, who is also playing a rook endgame. Let me quickly tell you. Oh, and I was going to say some results.
I hope that I'm updated. We have this position now after 49 moves, but maybe.
Yeah, I have
is
just
it
one
the
more,
actual
but
position?
Just one more. Rook d5 check and king c7. Yeah.
Okay.
So Matthias still has his extra pawn, but is it enough? Is the question.
Okay, you need to keep the pawn, so we expect g5, and black pushes the pawn too. So what is going on? First of all, can you play like this? Probably not. That's the situation which white would be dreaming at. Yeah? Black is slightly disorganized. He doesn't have the rook on the 6th rank, the Philidor defense, and he doesn't have the rook attacking from the first rank. Yeah? So maybe like this, coming to a8. And king is from the wrong side.
Yeah, so
okay, that's not the way to play it. Please, children, don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do this at home.
Don't do that at home. This is endgame for experts who spend their life by training of rook endings. Don't risk your lives by trying to do some dangerous tricks. So we can check it here, why to hurry up, why to give up a pawn, because what white is going to do? That's a question. So let's say g6, rook g3.
But how do you make progress?
Yes,
Give it check.
because if not, black will already draw. But check, okay, king d8. It doesn't look like white can win this one. Yeah? It goes to the famous Philidor position and the first defense in it. I just show it for our public. That's the famous position of Philidor. You can have it like this, and this dead draw. Not that it would happen, but what happened actually? E3 was played. Yeah?
E3
was played, and Matthias is thinking, searching for maybe practical chances in the position.
He did play rook.
He probably.
Rook E5.
Sorry. We have to come back to some position.
So I missed some.
We have something like E3, rook E5. Yes. Pawn is on G5. Yes. So okay, because there was nothing better to do, and rook G4 would be mistake. That's what we, or the fans of Matthias are hoping secretly.
Not just secretly, openly.
Openly. Okay, but most likely Rayev is he also Indian player?
Yes.
Okay. There are so many good Indian players here in Dortmund. I'm very pleased to see this development, and we see very tough games. And this one, I thought actually that Matthias would be able to win it in some moment.
But Raja has been defending very resiliently. We just saw in Dmitrij's game, it's never over until it's over, but...
You know, it happened, rook G4, on your screen is rook G4. That's a big mistake. Because now he is not... but maybe we need to check it more carefully now, but we thought that rook F3 draw. Rook G4, check. How to defend now?
Oh, yeah.
Intermediate check again, in all its beauty for Matthias. So how to play? If king goes to B8, can play, and if rook takes...
Looks like we're going to see
B6.
Two heartbreaks in the endgame, the rook ending here. Rook endings are so tough.
So let me try king C8 now. King C8.
King.
But we can also push like this. Make intermediate move. Threatening checkmate. And this is a winning position. Because passive defense not work against pawn, c-pawn. So that's, please, dear children, remember this.
Matthias is still thinking, but he suddenly has a winning
he
position.
Got a present now, really. I don't know, because it's so...
and
it's so tough. I must say, so tough.
Yes.
Yeah. So please, dear children, study rook endings, because it's so many hangs in this phase on the game, and we see even grandmasters they are making some mistakes.
By the way, we were asking our chat if they could check with table base.
Yes.
And thank you, Fuxuba, for letting us know that king takes d6 was the final mistake.
Okay.
And only king c4 in that position was a
and
draw.
It was a draw according to table basis. Okay.
Probably still a long road ahead, but...
Yes, of course, it still requires a good defense. But here, at least, it's actually easier to understand what is going on. If somebody needs a free lecture on rook endings, we can do it now. Yes, so this is actually absolutely classical Philidor position, where if black would be able to play rook to the 6th rank, it would be easy draw. But because of bad luck and it is white to play, it's too late. Yeah? So this is the best defense. Rook on the 6th rank is not working. We know that passive defense loses against c-pawn, so to put the rook here would be hopeless. I will show later how white win. So the only defense is so-called second defense in Philidor position, but for second defense, rook should be somewhere here. If rook would be on c1 and black could play king d7, for example, okay, that is draw. Yeah, but rook is not there. That's a tragic development for black. So not in the right position. And here I think we are missing a tempo. Is it true? Yes, we are missing a tempo, or we are just, we don't have the situation where we could put the king on c6, on d7. Oh. So what is happening now? King c6, white place, and we are in the wrong side. Long side is the wrong side. Yeah. King should be here on a7. Then. So, it actually, maybe the move king c6 was what was missed in this moment, because here, if black to play, as said, black would make a draw. I just show you how.
But yeah? I mean, also the fact that Matthias is still thinking, it's clear that it's not, automatic to the two players, especially automatic. After a long game.
Yes, it's almost automatic to get to this position, yeah, to king b6, because otherwise rook goes. But the position is not standard, because nobody has it normally with rook on a stupid position on g5. Usually either you have it on a better positions and can make a draw, but on a bad position you can't make a draw. But that you need to prove here. Let us see if it is only one move. It's also, we can do it from this direction actually. Yes. So again, black is just missing maybe one move. Let me waste the tempo just to demonstrate it. Let's say horrible waste of tempo from white side, and black is holding here. And here we go on the right side. Always take a short side. Why you're taking short side? Because here in such a position white threatens to push, black can use the flank attack to harass the king. Flank checks, and that makes a draw. Not so difficult if you studied, for example, some endgame books. So, okay, the correct way, it's good that Matthias thinks, because it's the last problem.
The last third, and
yes, he calculates, and if he is doing now correct moves, he wins. Simple like this. So always take this as example, dear children. Take this as example. Look at the grandmaster. Rook is 7 played. After thought, calculated. Don't rush here. Don't just do it like this.
Yeah,
fantastic,
very nice.
Fantastic job.
Nice example set by Matthias Blübaum.
And now he calculated, he took time, he calculated, he showed he's winning. Go, with full confidence.
And with that, he should be able to move 3 out of 3. I think we should stay here, probably.
Should stay because we don't know if actually there is something to report on the game between Gleb and Alexander. Donchenko on the second board, but there is its position looks like actually almost like a dead position to me, if opposite colored bishop. But Alexander still tries to find some.
Yeah, I think they will still be there by the time this game on board 1 ends. So I think we will
come to this a little bit later. So we stay. We stay here especially because we already
time,
saw this rook,
yeah.
rook e7 check.
Yeah. And with the time so low, I think this one will come to...
So our analysis showed that black just very unfortunately missing one tempo. But if black has time, and that's what black has, then we could say that him, of course, made mistake not using this time, not taking this time, not checking it carefully. Now he looks surprised. He probably forgot about this intermediate check, yeah, and that's what really makes it different.
Yeah, and Matthias, I think from the fact that he just got up from the board and went for a walk, it showed that he knows that he
calculated everything
yeah.
till the win.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, king goes
King
back.
goes to c8,
Yes.
would not be big help here, because dear children, remember, passive defense never work. I will show now why. c6 threatens checkmate, and that is passive defense with rook on 8th rank, but it's never work against pawn on c6. It works against b pawn, but it's not going to work against the central pawn. Winning method is very simple, but actually cannot do anything. We give him check and play rook a7, threatening, and win. So king c8 would be met by elegant king b6, I guess. It is possible maybe that there is some other solution, but king b6 looks
enough.
Looks enough, yes. Looks actually very thematic.
So let's see, 2 minutes 24. Matthias Blübaum.
Again, an expert with table basis can help us to see if there is another solution. I doubt it here, because king is much better. What happened?
c6.
Okay, c6 is less logical move, but he wants to go to the same position, but just slightly unusual move order.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's still the same, because
yeah, the king is going to get to b6.
We want to do it. Okay, he doesn't want to calculate rook b4 check or whatever. Yeah, so just rook g5, king b6, the same situation.
Yeah, and I think his opponent, I have to admit, I'm not familiar with Raja, but even so, from the body language, I think it's always, you can kind of understand when the opponent is coming to the realization.
If he had a strict coach in India, he would be probably forced to read some chapter on rook endings after careless move rook g4. Yeah, because now under 2 minutes, but the position is simply gone. But you see how important this rook endings in the modern chess, because you can't stop and look at the books. Yeah, you have to play it. You have to know it by heart. Otherwise, you may commit mistake and ruin the defense of many hours. Yeah. And we saw not just one, but 2 examples of that on the stage here today. Okay, the Kollars game, it was not theoretical position. No. Yeah. Here they were so close to the theoretical position, so it was worth to take maybe some additional effort to be sure that you get the right version of it. Raja, just dropping under 1 minute now. We're coming nearing the end here. To resignation, basically, to a moment of the truth. And the checkmate after rook g5 check, king b6, checkmate threat decides, of course, and turning to passive defense. He has the last chance. If he would resign here, he shows an expertise in the rook and
Harsh. Oh,
yes.
as you say it,
As I said,
Arthur.
Yes.
Our prophet.
No, what happened? It's just tiredness, and you have to perform. But definitely, we have here educated player who knew the sentence and recognized that he got a lost version.
Heartbreaking stuff, but Matthias Blübaum, the top seed in the Open, marches on. He's now on 3 out of 3. I think the players are actually discussing this endgame. You know, where did it go wrong?
Of course. It was not much time left. Yeah, that's one, and you have to perform exact moves when you are already probably very tired. But of course, pity for Raja, but good luck for Matthias. Yeah?
Absolutely. So let's move over to board 2. That is still going on. As you mentioned a second ago,
Black is still fighting, trying, breaking through. Okay, actually he is pawn up, so absolutely legitimate.
Especially, I mean, given the clock situation, Gleb is playing on absolute increment. He has 32
on the
seconds.
On the limit, yes. And do we have some moves? So please help me. Rook e8, yeah, rook e8, rook.
Sorry, so first
King G3, rook H7, and rook e8. That's how it happened. Some mysterious reason computer is not very happy with the rook H7. Stating that this would be better move. For what reasons?
The white king gets kind of caught.
But that is extremely difficult to see such a computer variations.
But it's very nice, actually.
Very sorry about it. Just even to mention this, But look at this development and then.
Wow, that's a beauty.
Yes. But okay. Come on.
Be serious.
Yes, be very serious.
So after rook e8,
Black played
king f7.
King f7.
And Gleb played rook a8.
Not going to. But the other variation, of course, is amazing.
Yeah,
yes?
Very beautiful.
Yes.
Really, really nice.
Checkmating.
Yes.
It's always impressive.
Yes.
We can get rook e8. Okay, so bishop d3 or going for more with rook h3.
But I think Alex is going to win this game somehow. I think to defend this, because white can never make a easy. He will never find a way to immediately.
Maybe it was a draw before. Maybe I think that maybe solution or idea of white to exchange on g5 was not the best. Yeah? So probably it only helped Alexander to make a progress. At the end, it looks like the usual suspects are still there. They're still
undamaged, unscathed.
Still winning, and we will be.
Maybe I can take one moment just to read out some results from the Open. We're not going to move away from this board.
Of course.
But on board 3, we already saw that Mickey Adams won his game against Janzelj. On board 4, Aryan Chopra won against Alosha Feuerstag. Leon Luke Mendonca won his game against Jonah Willow. Frederik Svane, apparently I heard, won a very nice game against Valentin Buchels. And then I think the next ones, we haven't really seen those players so far, but I think that was out of the group with the perfect score. So a lot of decisive. Actually, were all the games decisive? Did I even say there was a single draw? Not a single draw right there in the top.
Oh, yeah. We
Top
still
7
have,
boards all ended decisively.
I must say we have absolutely amazing
Yes.
tournament.
Yes.
Extremely strong, maybe one of the strongest Swiss tournaments in the last years.
Yes.
So what is happening? King G2 was played. King G2. So that giving up the pawn on E3, but hoping to play Bishop G3. Okay. Was it played?
No, King
No,
F2.
King F2 was played. So Rook F3, King F2. Aha, that's even more concrete. Trying to take the pawn. Very good. Have position. Developing.
Yeah.
Okay, some move. Rook A3 looks like the most obvious move. Rook A6, and now
Just try to use the pawn.
push pawn, run. Rook
Okay,
takes
what if,
E6.
yeah.
Pawn is running. And now the problem is also that bishop would be attacked, yeah? And somehow it doesn't look very good.
Still, I mean, it feels like, but this is the kind of position, if I was playing, I would feel, okay, maybe I'm doing good, but suddenly I'm also giving up all my pawns. It's easy to get scared as well, no?
Yeah. But on the other hand,
This pawn is very close.
yes, you are not really risking.
No.
And you are more or less forcing this position. Okay, check. Okay, that's. Sorry, what happened? No, it's not what happened.
Rook E6 was
Oh,
played
it's
by
not
Alex.
what happened. Yes. So after King F2, Alexander played Rook E6. That's much weaker move.
Approved by the engine whatsoever.
And
the engine does not like passive.
Correctly, no. He likes. He likes the way Dinaro is playing chess and not forward chess. But this is probably was mistake. Oh yeah, that was mistake, but not. Was it a huge mistake? The move what was missing here is the intermediate move Bishop D2, and how to defend. Okay, what was the idea here? If G4, then Bishop F4, and maybe even like this. Okay, that's of course difficult.
Yeah, very difficult at that spot. So what happened now after King F2?
We have some development.
Where?
It is on F2, Bishop is on D3 or whatever.
Which move are you at? You move 63.
Good question. We are 63. Move
so
60.
King F2. So after King F2, Rook E6.
Yes, we have Rook A6 and Bishop D3.
Bishop
Came.
D3.
And he played Rook A7. I see it, and Rook check on D2.
Yeah, and
King went to F1. That looks very dangerous, yes.
Very dangerous, but how to use it? And we can see also now on the camera we get the confirmation of the clock times. White about to drop under 1 minute and 4 minutes 20 for Donchenko. What's your prediction for the result of this game?
It goes and goes with
Up and down.
ups and down, but I think that chances are good for Alexander. He went king g6 here, especially because there's so few seconds on the clock to defend this. Yeah, so he went bishop g3.
But now the king will come.
Okay, for us it is clear, but
yeah, but it's also
a natural plan.
natural.
And
Yeah,
try
the
to
other
checkmate
pieces are well placed.
But the problem is that I think the idea of Gleb was something like here, and you can hold it. You can hold this rook.
Very nice.
Very nice idea. So the problem of the move bishop g3, that black is coming closer and trying to checkmate the opponent. That's the main. And that actually this is very ugly because rook and bishop here very close, and we are almost in a checkmate situation.
How do we
do
it?
How do we do it? This is another matter.
Actually, what did Alex went the other way? He went. Oh.
He went to
h5.
h5, but okay, he will come
The
eventually,
same,
maybe somewhere closer to g4, so it's not a big difference. King h5 seems to be also plausible move. We'll come to the same position, but in more mysterious way for the opponent, maybe.
Yeah, now 10 seconds for Dudin.
It's so difficult to play on this time, really.
He takes on c7.
Yes, I think he needed to be sure that he can
King
pick it up.
g4 played. Alex also has some easy moves now, like once he decided to bring the king.
He's doing it, yes. But now you shouldn't blunder anything. Bishop d6 is the only move, I would say.
Yeah, that's what he goes for.
That way he puts everything on protected position. Also, it could be, of course, some alternative attempts like rook a2, but I actually like this maneuver king to e3 and then bishop e4. But on this time to see it, it's
well, Alex has almost 4 minutes on the clock actually. It's not huge, but it's a lot better than 30 seconds.
Because here we are playing for checkmate. Yeah? And let's find some checkmates here. If let's say rook takes c6, how do we checkmate?
So king.
If king goes here, so that is our famous checkmate.
The one from before, yeah?
One from before. Yes. So what
and
else?
if the king goes to e1?
That's a very, very good question.
And Alex goes for rook f3. King f3 is on
King
the
f3,
board.
yes, he went.
Yeah.
Oh la la. Not easy, but this is a tough move, yeah? And opponent is a little bit collapsing here. You said king e1. The point is that we have here king e3, finishing the job.
That's it.
That's it. Checkmate.
Very nice.
Very practical that we have this g5 pawn helps.
Yeah, and after
king f3 is very strong. I think practically he is winning here.
yeah, his opponent gave a check.
He gave a check, but check king goes to f2. And what to do now?
We're nearing the end here.
Yes, because I don't think you are just capable to resist here. Okay, you may play rook G7.
Let's see, he has 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oof.
King G1.
With 1 second, he made his move.
It's amazing that the speed of these young people. Yeah?
I really thought he was going to lose on time here.
Yes. No.
Okay, maybe the position is lost anyway.
Because of a lot of checkmate threats.
Yeah.
How to play?
I'm not sure.
Yes, and we have here, look, we have here variation like this, check, King F1, and for example, okay, we have also this, and yes.
From both sides,
and we lose this one, yeah, and this also hangs. Okay, Bishop on A4 is very, very nicely positioned. There is some checkmate construction coming, so again, I would say practically impossible
1
to
second
play.
again.
Yes, again, he managed.
Again
he
with
should
one
be
move,
an
1
incredible
second.
bullet player.
Yeah, A6.
But now it is hopeless. Rook G2, so you can't hold it. King F1, Rook A2, and okay, everything is false. Yeah, and we're losing this one. We may play Bishop E5, Alvor, but we're still in this horrible checkmate situation. Yeah?
Yeah.
How to defend? Who knows?
Maybe there is no more
Maybe
defense.
no defense. Yeah, maybe the feeling says no defense.
Yeah. I think Alex is
But
getting
anyway,
ready,
yes, he will
and
be
there he
happy to
goes,
pick
Rook
up
G2.
this A6, the last burden.
Bastion.
Yes, the last fighter who can damage him, and then to play with timed pieces of the opponent.
King F1 was played after the check.
Yes, but we are already predicting the bitter.
Yeah, there it goes. Rook
The
A2 is on the
difficult
board.
and yes. And what do we do?
King G1.
Rook takes A6. I think white is doing, black is doing it with a huge pleasure. What about Rook G7? How do we proceed here? Rook A1, King H2, King takes. That is very plausible finish.
Still some work to be
Finish
done,
of the game.
actually.
Yes, because I think we just go.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I thought the game was completely over. It's not completely over yet.
No, it will be over soon, but not immediately. Yes.
So Alex still thinking.
But what was played? Bishop E5 was played. Okay.
Yeah.
Another continuation was chosen. Bishop E5, and here we said just go back. Yeah? Rook A2.
Yeah.
And that's what he did.
Yes, he did.
And again, this is such a horrible job to move, make a move here.
Yeah, Dudin has built up his time to a minute, but now it doesn't help. One of the toughest and longest battles we have seen here on the top boards so far in the tournament today was really an incredible day. We saw 2 decisive games in the NC World Masters opening round. We had Dinara Wagner, who is the leader of the NFA Cup, here in the studio with us. We had Vladimir Kramnik for 1 hour. It was an absolute pleasure. I mean, and now this to end the day with.
Okay,
Alex
the big
Donchenko.
fighters, but also I want to mention Michael Adams.
Yes.
Fantastic game, in my opinion. This H4, look at this, and if you want to see real classy chess.
Yes.
So rook f6 was played. Rook f6, what does it mean? Probably nothing. So black can just push the g pawn. To g3, basically, it would, and
No, he's still thinking.
Still thinking. I must say, still compliment to the guys coming to this first board. They're fighting very well.
Yeah.
It was very close, and one of these top guys would lose some points, or half points. But I like the way Matthias and Alexander are playing, fighting. They're really 100% profis. I think we have two excellent players in Germany, and we have also Vincent Keimer, and we have also Rasmus.
Oh, actually,
we have actually good team.
Speaking of Rasmus, remember many moons ago, Klaus told us about Rasmus's game, which we never got a chance to check out. Let me just
Instead
see.
of g4, so, I'm sorry, we played rook g2 check, maybe repeating the position, or
Rasmus won his game, for anyone wondering, by the way.
Okay.
We won't have time to check it out, but you can do so if you wish.
Maybe there is some other way to play this position, but probably just repeating it would be clever, and then to play
I don't
g4.
think that was his idea, though.
No, I think he's a little bit worried about the circumstances. Although he's actually close and winning it in a very simple way with g4. I don't know why he...
I mean, tiredness also does creep in. It's now 8:15 here in Dortmund. The players have been playing for over 5 hours.
Okay, he has some other
Rook
idea. Let us see
g4.
if it is working, because...
It's at least not as powerful as the previous idea.
Yes, okay, but this idea of checkmate...
It's a big threat,
Yes, and I don't know how many...
30 seconds.
Seconds we have to parry
30.
this threat. Yes, because the defensive move should be something like bishop h2, according to computer, but it also looks very bad. It also looks very bad.
15 seconds now for Dudin. 10. Not easy to parry this mating. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. No, 2 seconds. And king e.
Sorry, we need to... So rook g4, king e1 happened. Yes, but that put us in a situation very similar to passive defense, what we saw in the Blübaum game, check. Yeah. Now we are in a passive position, and so what to do?
So what's the threat? Just so easy. But he didn't do it.
I think he wins.
But he didn't give the check.
No, he didn't
bishop
play.
d3.
Okay.
Okay, also looks.
And then bishop
but now
h2.
bishop h2. Okay.
Okay.
The fight continues.
Okay. So king e1 was bishop d3, and white found only move bishop h2. Oh.
And the game goes on.
You have to have nerves from the different material, probably.
It's time to have a sip of water.
If you are cheering for some of these players, they really have difficult time today.
Yes. Okay, these guys are young. They have a lot of energy. But it's tough, into the 6th hour now. What a fight.
So what happened?
Rook g2.
Moving back. Oh la 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 la.
Very fancy move. What a move.
What a move. What is going on?
Okay, let's see what happens if we take the rook.
Bishop G1.
Bishop G1.
Okay, maybe we still
But maybe it
lose.
doesn't work, yeah?
No, but it was very close.
And Alex has captured on F2.
Okay.
Yeah, all of this is on the board now, actually.
But this is amazing, still fighting.
Yeah. I mean, also kudos to Dudin. He is probably going to lose this game. But what a fight he put up, going down to 1 second numerous times.
No, he is losing actually very simple d4, and then black would be taking the pawn. So that's, of course, Alexander will see this possibility. Amazing fight.
Yeah, and that's what he goes for, king c4.
At the end, the favorite managed to win the game, but Gleb Dudin
put on really an incredible
put
fight.
very tough resistance, and we think he was actually extremely close to a draw in this game. And even at some moment in the middle game, we were preferring his position, but later Alexander found the way how to bring his pieces in the game.
Yeah, now bishop e4.
It doesn't matter. Okay, here
he resigned.
King d2, bishop e4. Okay.
What a titanic... No, is that a word?
Titanic struggle.
Yeah,
yes,
that is a
actually.
word. Yeah,
but
even I'm so tired.
It may have a double meaning because of Titanic. Yeah? So
with the recent context, maybe better to steer clear. Artur, we saw an incredible day of chess. It was an absolute pleasure to be here with you again.
It was also my pleasure for all possible reasons, and I want to also to thank people who are watching us, and please don't forget.
Please tomorrow come back.
To come back tomorrow, or at least to have to remember the channel where you can see a lot of
interviews, videos. Yes. Check out our YouTube channel.
You can. How you call it? You can
like subscribe
to it, and then to get also some invitation.
Exactly.
But there is every day some new material is coming.
Sure. We will be back here tomorrow, same place, same time, 3 p.m. Central European time. The No Castling event will be back. All the tournaments will be on the way. As Artur said, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.
Thank you.